actual experience exceeds all expectations, and is something that's hard to put into words. All these things that may seem big and are not. It gives people that type of energy, type of power.
You looking for the 2001 last conference, saying you are really and going out for it. There's a lot of all the more to me. And this was revolutionary. Scenario. One night out sold over anybody's tried it quite like we've worked super hard. I mean, the team behind this, there's been so many people involved, and you know, we'll thank them all properly later. But we've worked so hard to put something together which we think you're really gonna enjoy. It should be pretty awesome. But we are live, so there are likely to be technical issues along the way. Hopefully small ones. We'll try and make them charming rather than just a pain in the arse. Oh yeah. Another important thing, this whole thing's being recorded, and it's going to be not just to shame us later for all the mistakes that we make, but also so that you can come back later in the week or over the weekend. Time is meaningless. You can dip back in. What I'm saying is, don't try and smash through all 12 beers tonight, for the love of God, because some of them are really quite strong. And now is not a good time to end up in hospital for obvious reasons. So please drink responsibly. And the other thing, we're going to keep things fairly PG, language-wise, in the studio. As I've already mentioned, there are comedians on later on in the program who are, as a species, notorious degenerates. So if you have kids running around, headphones, Peppa Pig, don't let them stay up too late. You know, this is your time. This is your time. Right, that's probably enough from me. Should we kick off? Good, cool. I'm fortunately joined this evening on hosting duties by my friend, my colleague, and the star of the new Netflix smash series, Young Hagrid. It's Gary. How are you, Doug?
How's it going? Yeah, that cat out of the bag. I'm clearly working on my Hagrid. I hope most of you are as well. I've seen shaved heads going around the internet. I'm for it. Grow the hair long. Let's bring it back. It's a look. How are you doing, Rich? This is weird. This is very weird.
Should we just acknowledge that? This is
gonna say it up front. You know, we're doing all the precautions of social distancing, staying 2 meters apart. You know, we got the tape measure out and everything, but it does make this kind of thing a little weirder than it would normally be, and it's already a weird idea to begin with, to be drinking along with strangers on the internet through a live streamed YouTube video. But thank you all for joining. Thank you, Rich, for doing the intro and helping host here. We, as Rich has said, we've got a lot planned for this evening. We've got comedians, we've got cooking kind of tips for lockdown. We've got interviews and videos from brewers, and we also have, because no drinking experience would be complete without, a pub quiz. So if you want to get involved with anything going on throughout the night, tweet at us. We are at Beer52HQ, and the hashtag is Cyberfest, all one word, because that's how hashtags work. So hashtag Cyberfest. If you got any comments, if you want to kind of share it around with your friends on social media, that's the place to go. With the pub quiz, what we're going to do is we're going to have a question at random intervals in the night, and then basically we'll have like a little video from a brewer. In that time, if you know the answer to the question, you can email cyberfest@beer52, and then what we'll do is we'll answers, find a winner, and the winner gets a box of beer. So if you found lockdown supplies, get another box of beer in, then all you have to do, answer one of these questions correctly, and you're in with a good chance of winning a box of 8 craft beers plus the magazine, the usual things you can expect from a 52 box. So kick everything off with the first question of the pub quiz, brought to you by Beer52's own Phil Hall. So let's cut to that, and I'll see you on the flip side.
Hello, and welcome to Phil Hall's Beer52 Cyberfest Lockdown Isolation Quiz 2020, broadcasting from my isolation station here somewhere in Edinburgh's south side. Now, I think you all know how pub quizzes work. This is generally the same thing, but you can't be penalised for checking the internet as much as we'd like to. But we're going to trust you, because you look like a trustworthy bunch to me. Before we get onto that, first one of the day, it's the D.H. Lawrence himself. Oh, sanitizer. Okie doke, on to the first round, which concerns film and television. The first question I'd like to know the answer to is, which classic TV sitcom has the first and last episodes were called Big Brother and Sleepless in Peckham? Now I'm sure you can work that out even with the bad delivery of the question.
Hello Cyberfest, my name is Ned, I'm the director of Salt. I hope everyone's keeping well and making the best out of these unprecedented circumstances. I think Beer52 absolutely smashed it with this first online beer festival, and hopefully it's the first of many. So I just wanted to film a quick video to give you guys a bit of a background about Salt, so the brewery, and also the beer that we brewed for Cyberfest. So a bit about Salt, our history. We launched in November 2018, so we're going on 15 months, 16 months, so we're still pretty new and finding our feet, but it's been a great ride so far. We're based in West Yorkshire in the north of England, in a village called Saltaire, and Saltaire is a beautiful village. It's actually a UNESCO World Heritage Site, so a bit about the history. Saltaire was built by a super progressive pioneer of the textile industry in the late 1700s, a man called Sir Titus Salt, hence the name of our brewery. He built a mill, and he built the village to house the workers of the mill, which was quite progressive and new at the time. So as I said, he's super innovative, both in terms of textiles and ways of processing them, but also in his approach to workers' rights. So in addition to building the village, he introduced a mandatory day off, and he built a park for his workers, all things that were very new and not the done thing at the time. So we're super proud of where we're from, and we try to use that progressive spirit in our approach to brewing. So clearly the name of the brewery is inspired by our home, but also our core beers are named after textiles and textile terms as a nod back to our heritage and history, which brings me on to today's beer. So batik is an Indonesian method of dyeing fabric, and the result is usually quite eye-catching, using bright colours, and we thought that was a great name to use for a tropical pale ale. We thought the idea of tropical fruit and a bright eye-catching sort of technique married up quite well. So the beer that we brewed is batik tropical pale ale. It's 4%, super easy to drink, session strength, really light and refreshing, and then we've infused it with mango and passion fruit. So the aim for the beer, or what we aim to do whenever we use non-traditional brewing ingredients, is to replicate those flavours. So if you eat mango, it's sweet and it's got a level of sharpness to it, and passion fruit is classically sweet and then sour. So we tried to replicate that in the beer that we brewed. So step one was to use real mango and real passion fruit. That was a given. But you'll get a level of sweetness with the beer, some tartness, some sourness, and a bit of dryness on the back end. Hopefully that means it's super refreshing. That tartness cuts through everything and it makes you want to go back for more. So yeah, that's the beer that we brewed, and that's the beer that hopefully you guys will enjoy tonight at Cyberfest. I'll just show you quickly the brewery as well. So the brewery is housed by a Grade 2 listed tramshed building, and hopefully you'll be able to see sort of the old industrial architecture you'll see from sort of the steel and the beams. And our goal with this place was to build the ultimate beer drinking experience. So you'll see the brewery around the outside of the building, but slap bang in the middle is the tap room and live event space. I'll turn this around to give you guys a better view. At the moment it's become our makeshift packaging facility for our web shop and home deliveries, but usually this place is open so beer drinkers can come and enjoy freshly brewed salt beers in the place where they're brewed and kind of follow the journey of their pint from raw ingredients to dispense. We've got our slogan, the purpose of beer is to create pleasure. That sits above our brew house. It's quite an apt place for it to sit. So yeah, that's my brief introduction to salt. Hope you guys enjoy Cyberfest and hope everyone stays safe. Any questions, feel free to follow us on socials and ask us at Salt Beer Factory. Cheers.
On we go with the answers. So for the first answer, we shall go to a very special guest who shall supply the answer. Over to you, Boise.
Good day to you all, Cyberfest beer drinkers. Boise here. Now, I am here to provide you with the all-important answer to your pub quiz question. I'm sure you will all have got it 100% correct by now, but the answer is only fools and horses. Come along, Marlene, for God's sake. Good luck, everyone. Stay safe, and mine's a large one. Cheers.
Well, I never. Boise and Marlene now. Still doing their thing after all these years.
I hadn't seen that. I can't believe we got Boise. That's amazing.
Are you a Fools and Horses fan, Rich? Because gotta say, bit before my time, but quarantine's probably the time to get into it.
At least the Christmas special, Doug.
At least the Christmas special. All right, fair. It's on the list. Right after Tiger King.
Cool. Oh God, can we not do any Tiger King material just yet? We got to keep that in the bank. I think we're here for 4 hours.
I'm a cool cat and/or kitten, Rich. I refuse to be annoyed. What we got coming up next?
Coming up next. Oh, sorry. Apologies. First, I think we had some issues with the sound just as I was explaining that there might be some technical difficulties. So yeah. Coming up next, we have got Nick from the wonderful Pub Trotters podcast talking us through some pub style games that we can play at home to keep ourselves entertained and not murder our families, that kind of thing. So let's go to Nick if we can.
everyone. Hope everyone's having a fantastic time at Beer52's Cyberfest this evening. My name's Nick. I'm one of the many co-presenters on the fantastic podcast Pub Trotters Pubcast, available on all kind of streaming services and podcast services. I've been tasked today to share some ideas for pub games that you can have at home. Do at home whilst we're still in lockdown, as we're all now using the virtual and digital cyber world to talk to our friends and meet up in the virtual pub. I'm going to give you a list and a rundown of some things that I've done with friends and also some ideas that other people have given me. The first one's quite an obvious one, the pub quiz, famous across the nation. And you can do it in a variety of ways. You know, we've done one where everyone has brought 5 questions and they take it in turns and obviously sit out that round. We've taken turns for one person to just do the whole quiz, so they do maybe 3 rounds of 10 questions. You know, your local pubs are still doing them and online platforms are still doing them to try and support that market in these difficult times. And then, of course, there's apps as well that you can use. One that we use that we find quite fun is called Kahoot, where it's a timed quiz, it's very interactive, you can share your screen, and you use your phone to answer, and the quickest person gets the most points. And you know, with these quizzes, you can do them over a period of time. I've got some friends doing them weekly, and they've already planned what the prizes are going to be after lockdown, when they all do get to meet in the pub eventually. You know, so you have something to look forward to afterwards. One of my favourite rounds is getting, based on your Beer52 order potentially, is this a real beer name or is it fake? So selecting 5 different names of beers they've received, one of which is false. It's often harder than you think it is. Okay, other games you can do. So table football, table rugby. I don't know if you've played that at all when you were a kid, or in the pub. All you need is 2 pence or 1 pence coins. And you just need to set up your camera so across from a table with a partner. So it's a 2-player game, and it's simply you take 3 turns to get it to land on the edge of the other side of the table. So you can set the camera up so that your partner can see what the other person's doing, and vice versa. Cards Against Humanity, that famous game that everyone loves. We've still been able to play it online, and if all we've done is if people have put down the same card, then they kind of both get the points. Or you can do a sudden death round where you do the next card, and only those 2 get to pick the card for that round. But obviously other board games work quite well at this. Be creative, you know, change the rules to some of the board games. We've done one for Pointless recently, which was a lot of fun. Jenga, or other versions, are available. A lot of us seem to have it in the house somewhere, if you do. And you can build a smaller stack and just take it in turns trying to pull it out, and or maybe copy what the person's doing and what they've brought. One of my favourite games has been Life Bingo. So you can take it in turns each time you meet, and someone creates a, say, 20-tile bingo board with things that you've done since the last time you've met. So, for example, baked sourdough bread, or things that you might have in the house. And so you can mix up what you've got there. And so the person who presents or facilitates that activity wouldn't take part, but they'd have the joy of just being the person calling out the bingo card. So you have a different bingo caller each time. Karaoke. Not one I've tried, but I know people who are doing it. If you can share your screen, if you're on a platform that you can share your screen, there's loads of videos on various video platforms such as Vimeo and YouTube where you can just share your screen and sing together, or you can do it individually. Entirely up to you how brave you are. What else have we got? Charades and kind of who am I games. So you could do that in teams. You could ask people to kind of turn their cameras off or not. You can ask people to walk out of the room so you can physically see they're not there, to make sure they don't see and everyone else sees what the charade is or what the who I am is. There are digital apps for that as well, things like Heads Up and Psych. So that's just a rundown of a couple of games that I know I've played in the pub before.
Oh, that was So we're getting a lot of requests for the schedule, running order of the beer for the rest of the night. So we'll give you that. Fair comment. So the next one that we're going to have, which we'll introduce in the second, is Brewgooder. Then after that, it's Wild Beer Co, followed by the Buxton Verdant Collab. Then Boundary, Whiplash, Garden, and Northern Monk, Gypsy Hill. That should be enough for you to be getting on with just now. Okay, so
Yeah, still here.
right. Next brewery up is going to be Brewgooder. But before then, I think we have Doug. Do we have another quiz question from Phil?
We do indeed. We have another quiz question. So let's cut to that, and then you'll have a chance to think of the answer while we're listening to a message from Brewgooder. And remember, the email is cyberfest@beer52.com. If you want to win that box, you've got to email the answer to that email address.
We're going to move on. We're going to move on to the food and beer round. Now I know a large part of the lockdown, the self-isolation, gives you a lot of time to cook food and drink a lot. That's what I've been doing mostly. So to start off the food and beer section of the quiz, I'm going to move directly to our kitchen correspondent, Miss Hayley Bolter, to answer the number one burning question on my mind. What are we having for dinner, Hayley?
This is Hayley Bolter reporting live from the kitchen, where for dinner tonight we'll be having baked beans and pasta, and toilet roll. Again, excellent. Speaking of beans, do you know on average how many are in one of these tins?
Hey guys, it's Abby from Brewgooder here. I hope you're having an amazing time at Cyberfest and are getting to try some really great beers. As you can see, things are really kicking off for me here in isolation. Some of my friends have had a little bit too much to drink, but we'll let them off. Brewgooder was founded in 2016 with a simple mission of providing clean water to 1 million people. We do this by donating 100% of our profits through the sales of our craft beers. In November, we launched the Global Gathering Campaign, where we asked breweries across the world to sign up to brew a unique beer and donate a minimum of £500 through sales of the beer or through other fundraising activities, with profits all going to clean water projects in Malawi. 252 amazing breweries signed up, and we're all set to launch their beers simultaneously on the 20th to the 22nd of March. Unfortunately, things didn't quite go to plan as many of the events were cancelled or postponed. The good news is that a lot of these breweries have managed to rebrew or can the beer, and a lot of these beers are being launched in the last 2 weeks or in the coming weeks, so keep your eyes peeled for that. The even better news for you guys is that one of those beers is in your box right now, and that is the Global Gathering beer from Salt Beer Factory. Unfortunately, I don't have this beer on me right now, so I'm just going to have to drink some clean water lager instead. For those of you who are about to crack open the beer and are interested in the tasting notes, I have them right here for you. So what you're drinking is a 4% double dry hopped pale ale, and it is dry hopped with Equinault, Amarillo and Chinook. What you might find on the first taste is upfront flavours of pineapple and grapefruit, and that should be balanced with a piney citrus finish. So I really hope you enjoy that beer, and a massive thank you to Salt Beer Factory for being involved in the Global Gathering, and to Beer52 for putting it in the Cyberfest box. If you want to support Brewgooder in any other way, you can buy our own beer on our website at brewgooder.com. We also have an initiative running right now for the NHS, where you can donate the cost to brew, pack and ship a 4-pack of our clean water lager, along with a message of support to an NHS worker who can claim it on our website when they're ready to do so. So just head to brewgooder.com if you want to check that out. I hope you'll have an amazing night. Enjoy Cyberfest, and we'll see you on the other side. Cheers. Alright guys, I think you've had enough.
I don't know the answer, but I bet I know who does. Over to you, Captain Beanie.
Hello there. Hello. Are we live now? Hold on. I'm getting a bit of some wind problems here. Yes. Oh, yeah, there are. We are. Hello. Good evening. Live at the Baked Bean Museum of Excellence here in downtown Port Talbot. Yes. This is a very special message to all my dear good human beings. My Cyberfest friends, yes indeed. And are you partaking in some kind of pina coladas, I guess? Yeah, I bet you're going to be the toast of the town. Anyway, talk about beans. Someone once asked me the other day, what's your favourite brand of baked beans? Well, I have to admit, there's only one, Heinz Baked Beans, Heinz 57. And the last time I had a bit of a count on how many beans are in the can, were about 485 tins. Not tins, beans, I said. Yes, it's quite right, some beans. And talking about toast of the town, I want to show you one of my favourite pieces here. This is it. This is a sculpture, a full-blown sculpture of a tin of beans on toast. And I like to wish you all the best wishes for today. I think it's still set in this ways. So anyway, I hope you have a bean-tastic time there with all you gathering of all your friends, and all that remains for me to say is may the force go behind you, and all lots of love from the captain. So, from me to you, loves you all. Up and away.
That was profoundly disturbing.
It's a tough question, and weirdly enough, not the toughest question you're going to have tonight. But yeah, I kind of want to know where he got the ensemble, because it's a great ensemble, don't you think, Rich?
I think it's a tattoo, Doug.
I think he was standing there just naked and beautiful as the day he was born.
I mean, commitment to the bit, and you know, you got to respect it. You got to respect it.
And fear it.
And indeed fear it. Well, we're going to move on to the next section of the night now. We here at Beer52, we love hearing stories about brewers and what they're doing in their communities. So coming up in box 53, I think it is, we have a bunch of stories from brewers and you know, how they are helping out their communities and how they're helping out each other. And we've prepared a little video package just to showcase some of that. So think of this as like a sneak peek behind the curtain, and some inspiring stories to, you know, bring us all together in this time of lockdown.
Hey guys, Ali at Fierce Beer here.
I'm Luke from the Enigma Tap.
I'm Mikey Harvey from Lost and Ground Brewers.
I'm Sarah from North.
I'm Sam from Gypsy Hill Brewery.
Here at the Geese and Fountain in the sleepy village of Cross and Carriel in Leicestershire. Since Boris told us to lock our doors, we've converted pretty much the whole business into a takeaway, off-licence village store.
I just want to take a minute to let you know about a very special beer that we'll be releasing in just a couple of weeks' time. Long Shift is a Chinook Centennial 4.1% hoppy pale ale, and the idea behind its release is that every single penny of profit will be going to NHS charities.
Our local food bank, the Bay Food Bank, is very busy at the moment, so our virtual quiz is raising £250 a week to them. We're also donating 10% of our home delivery beer sales to the cause.
NHS staff can enjoy 20% discount, and then we're also showing love and support for local key workers with our Thank You Beers initiative, where we are donating and delivering beers to local teams.
We've teamed up with 10 other breweries across the UK to launch via the NHS a pint. So if you go onto any of our web shops, there's the option to add a pint to your basket.
We put together a Pay It Forward scheme where you can donate £5 to buy an NHS worker a pint that can be redeemed in any participating brewery's taproom as soon as lockdown is over. Please visit www.buythenhsapint.com for more information and to see which breweries are participating.
We'll hopefully see you all very soon, but until then, stay fierce, stay at home. Cheers.
Awesome stuff. There's going to be a lot more stories like that, as Doug said, in issue 53, which will be out in like about a month, I think. One of the reasons that we wanted to do this, as I mentioned earlier, was because we're really missing you guys, and certainly my favourite bit about putting the magazine together is getting out and going to pubs and meeting you and doing our members bottle share. It's always a really good laugh. So what we've done as part of this evening is ahead of time we've just got in touch with a few members just to remind us giving. This is the kind of the live bit that we're. I think so. It might. I hope it does, because we've got people. We'll go Doug, and he's going to make the first call of the evening. Please, Doug. I assume means working. Either that or my hair needs to be curlier. I don't know. I did actually to Fraser, our founder, when we started doing this, that it was the whole thing was and it had never worked. But James put his hand on he didn't put his hand on my shoulder. So yeah, he reminded me of the Beer52 as we walk into the building. That's leadership. That's leadership. All right. Okay. Before I get fired, I am going to pass you over to Doug now, because apparently whatever had gone wrong is now fixed. Doug! Okay. Oh, that's a shame. Section then is another question from Phil.
This is Haley Bolter reporting live from the hallway toilet, where I've managed to sequester an OAP. And she has a question for you.
Hello, loyal subjects and faithful members of the Beer52 Beer Club. One does hope that you are maintaining proper social distancing during this crisis. Proper social distancing, Phil.
What? Ready here.
It is a great honor to ask of you all, which of the following is not a well-known variety of hops used in these so-called craft beers? A. Galaxy. B. Pluto. C. Apollo. D. Atlas. I personally prefer a gin and Dubonnet, but each to their own. As always, just email your answer to the good people at Cyberfest at beer52.com. Cheerio.
What an excellent question. That's all from us here live at the hallway toilet. Back to you in your isolation station, Phil.
Hi guys, how's it going? I'm James Bargett, Barrel Wrangler at the Wild Beer Co, and this is Brett Ellis, one of the co-founders, and we're going to talk to you a little bit about this beer, Fruit Booter.
Nice camera tricks there, James.
Thank you very much. As you can tell, I'm in San Francisco at the moment.
Yeah. back my home state.
Yeah.
Yeah, so welcome to Cyberfest, or I'm glad we could join you and that we got to share with you Brewgooder. It is a pink peppercorn saison, and I'm here at the Wild Beer Company, sat in the corner of next to a couple of barrels behind me, and here we have about 500 barrels, and also 5 oak fooders, which are big oak vats. And one of those vats is where we age and mature Fruitbooder. At the Wild here, I set the brewery up with my business partner, Andrew Cooper, and we set it up to make beer different and to make different types of beer that aren't just the standard how many shades of brown and how many shades of lager can you make. And so Fruitbooder is exactly what we set up the brewery to make and share with you guys and get quality, slowly produced, slowly made, and fermented, sour, authentic beer over to you guys. So thank you for choosing it. Thank you to Beer52 for getting us in here and getting our beer into you guys. I'm gonna go grab a sample of the beer from the fooder right now. James, can you just talk to him about what Fruitbooder is?
Yeah, sure. So this is a really exciting beer to make. It's we use pink peppercorns in the mash. We make a quite a nice saison recipe through the beer and then go through the processes. But what I really enjoy about this is balancing the acidity of the sour beer with the raspberries and the spiciness of the peppercorns. So what have you got there, Brett?
I'm back. I've got young Fruitbooder that will have, this is the mature sample from Fooder, and I'm going to tell you just a bit about how we make it. So this beer will be red, but we're going to add more fruit to it. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to describe how we make it. So if you imagine that this is the large oak tank, and this is another stainless tank that we're going to blend in. So we take about 50 to 70% of that oak tank volume into another one like this, and we would add in 800 kilos of whole raspberries, not puree, not extract. You need the skins, you need the pips, and it sits and matures there for about 2 weeks, at which point we would then hook up a hose and bottle it completely fresh and raw, and not a raw beer, but live is what I was trying to say. And so you should have this vibrant raspberry character that's like plucking raspberries off of a vine hedge. Sorry. And
you really get that on the aroma when you smell it as well.
We've experimented with purees and extracts, concentrates, whole raspberries, and raspberry crumb. And whole raspberries and raspberry crumb are identical in their impact and flavor. Concentrate is a lesser character. Puree is a lesser character. Extracts are there. Sometimes we don't use them in this beer, but they can be positive, but in this beer it's not positive. And crumb and whole raspberries is the way to go to make banging fruit beers.
For me, they really enhance the acidity in the beer.
So we've got this tank, we just bottled all of it, say, then we would need to top up, because this fooder now only has 30% of the volume in it. So it's only gonna be that full, right? So how we top it up is this tank has all the pulp from the old raspberries. We will brew a new batch of beer and blend it with this for 1 week, excuse me, for 1 week. And I need to take a drink.
So this will, we wash the fresh beer over the raspberries, and then we've got to do this as quick as we can because we don't want the fooder to dry out. So we then
sat there for 3 days, maybe 10 days at most. And then we will fill the foeder up with this young pink peppercorn lightly raspberry beer. So this has the color, but it doesn't have the depth and aroma and character. So we'll fill the foeder back up, and it will age for another 3 months at least. And after those bottles have bottle conditioned, we get this very beautiful, punchy aroma.
Lovely light spice.
Bottle conditioning and that kind of month of maturation in bottle helps bring everything together. That young, fresh raspberry with the barrel matured or oak, the foeder matured beer. It's a great punchy character. So we're just about done with the video here. So thank you so much. James, I told my bit about how I got started here, but what did you, where did we find you? What were you doing?
So legend has it I was found at the back of the barrel store, stuck in a barrel, full of beer. Luckily Brett came and saved me and said, hey, can you help us out? We need some help on the online shop. It's Christmas. We can't man it. And somehow I ended up looking after all the barrels. As luck would have it.
And so here we are, end of a tasting, end of saying what Fruitbooder is. I hope you guys enjoy it, and keep enjoying beers from Beer52. They are an outstanding company that is getting some great quality beers to you guys. So, and we love working with them. Anything else, James?
Enjoy Cyberfest. Thanks to Beer52 for putting it on.
Yeah. I forgot one more thing. You got a Fruition t-shirt. Just want to mention, we love fruit beers. Fruit and sour beers go amazing together. And so have a look through Beer52 for other fruited sour beers of ours or others. But I would definitely promote ours, obviously. But enjoy and have fun.
Thank you very much.
Well, hello again, everyone. I hope that you are still enjoying yourselves out there. I am honored to unveil that the answer is Pluto. I'm sure you all knew that without Googling, of course. No cheating.
Cool, great. Thank you very much. So we have the first couple of winners from the quiz now. The question one, which was the Only Fools and Horses, is Alan Vaughan. And question two there, the winner is Amy Williamson. So well done to you both. Against we're going to try the Skype thing again. So one more time, and if it doesn't work this time, I'm going to be hosting the rest of the time. Please have good news for me.
Hi there, how are you?
Hey, not bad. Are we live? We're just going to see if this has actually passed us through. The wonders of technology.
Oh, hold on.
No worries. Hello to you both. How's it going?
We're okay. How are you?
That is a very impressive lockdown selection you have there.
Yeah, we got loads of different ones that we got in from Tough Club, Hawks, Siren Craft. We've got the ones that you're trying tonight. Yeah, a couple of our local pubs. We've got the hangar nearby us that supply quite a few to us as well. So we're getting there. We're getting there.
Getting there slowly but surely. For the benefit of everyone at home, we are talking with Steve Hemming. So, Steve, how's it going? I can see you're doing quite well in lockdown by the looks of things, but how is the lockdown treating you?
Yeah, it's going well. Enjoying it, I think. You know, got enough beer to see us through for at least another week. I think we need to put another order.
Maybe so. So yeah, we were talking earlier about breweries in the communities and stuff like that. And I can see by the very nice little bar shelf that you've got set up there, you've formed a bit of a bar of your own. Do you want to talk us through that a little bit?
Yeah, both myself and my other half work for the Reading Beer Festival, and obviously, unfortunately, all the festivals have been cancelled for the foreseeable future. So we kind of set this up to keep us going through it. We've got basically a lot of ones from Berkshire who put drinks behind it. We've got ones, like I say, local. We've got beers for themselves tonight, and other ones on their way to go through. But yeah, we've created a little bit of designated drivers and some games in the corner as well.
What kind of games are you playing?
We had, well, we got basically board games and things here. We've got traditional pub games. We've got shuffleboard, basketballs, shuttlebox. So yeah, we've got a few going.
This is amazing. Like, genuinely, I love seeing this kind of stuff coming out recently. My missus actually set up a little home theatre for the National Theatre live screenings on YouTube. So this kind of stuff I really appreciate when it comes to, you know, trying to reclaim some normality in the lockdown situation. Have you got a beer recommendation for us out of the ones that you've managed to collect before we, got this set up?
Definitely the Westrum Willy Winkers one. We did have a can somewhere.
I've got a picture. That's what the label looks like. We drank that on Easter.
Excellent. That is possibly one of the best, most enticing names I could think of for a dark beer.
That one, and the other one is it's a seasonal beer, but it's called Elephants on Ice from Hawks. It's a cider. It's really nice. Goes quite well warm as well.
Excellent.
Yeah, there's the Siren Craft as well. Sorry, I'm just jumping in here. So they've got their ranges as well. So the Siren Craft, that is forbidden apples. So that is a cider stout hybrid, trying something a bit different there. So those are pretty nice.
Excellent. Well, I'm sure you've given like everyone who's viewing this just now a lot to kind of focus on. We are in isolation, so I appreciate that. You know, this might be a perfect opportunity to do any shout outs. Do you have any particular, pubs, brewers, friends, family you want to give a shout out to?
Give a shout out to Tuxclam. Again, they've supplied a lot to us. West Berkshire Brewery.
Siren Craft, Elusive, Double Barrel, Windsor and Eton.
Yeah. The Hangar in Sidcup, just southeast London. Give them a shout. They've given us some stuff. Hawks have helped here as well. Bermondsey.
So we've got Steve's T-shirt is from the Reading Ale Trails. We've got some of our nice booklets here, which unfortunately have been suspended. So this is all our wonderful pubs in Reading and around
this particular bit of the video just
all our regular watering holes. So normally we'd be going around there collecting our stickers ready to take to the beer festival and trade in for beer tokens and that. So yes, we're sort of having our own one. So
well, I mean, yeah, it sounds like you're making the best of a weird and wonderful situation or just now. I really do hope that you are enjoying your beers. I think that's everything that we had to go through. We do have a video from Buxton coming up. So Steve, and I didn't catch your name either. Madeline. Steve and Madeline, thank you so much for being part of Cyberfest 2020, and all the best to you and yours.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Cheers. Bye.
That worked. Okay. Brilliant. Thanks very much. Thanks. Huge apologies to everyone else who had that horrible feeling. They heard the Skype ringtone like you're back at work. It gave me the fear. Looking at the comments, I think a lot of you got that as well. Cool. So it's Buxton Verdant next. The Matters of Perspective IPA, 6.6%. It's a good one. This is one of the ones that I've actually tasted. So crack that out and enjoy the next quiz question.
Macaulay Culkin was once left home alone, but all I'd like to know is what was his very first movie role? That is, what was Macaulay Culkin's first ever movie role?
I'm Jeff from Buxton Brewery. I'm one of the owners and founders, and we've hiked out here this evening to taste a couple of beers with you for the Cyberfest, which I think is an amazing idea, and it's a great opportunity to share some beers during this awkward lockdown period. So we've got two beers. One is a collaboration we brewed with Verdant down in Cornwall, which is a double dry hopped IPA called Matters of Perspective, and the second is one of our favourites at the brewery, Axe Edge, another IPA, super hoppy, and we've hiked out here this evening especially because if you look just over there you can actually see Axe Edge, which is what the beer is named after. So first up, Matters of Perspective double dry hopped IPA, in collaboration with Verdant. Amazing. So this is the second time we've brewed this beer, at least. But it's as I said, it's double dry hopped, Citra, Simcoe, Equinaut. Super fruity and juicy, quite hazy, not too much bitterness on the nose. It's yeah, it's just burst into your brain with a load of fruity deliciousness. Nice white foam, tastes of, or smells of tropical fruit. Smells amazing. Cheers, guys.
Can you tell us anything about the label, Jeff?
Yeah, well, last year, Dennis and Pablo from Buxton went down to Falmouth to brew a black IPA with Verdant guys, and that was called Everyone Was Spinning. And on the label of that can, it had a picture of a record shop, and then they came to brew a beer at Buxton, so I thought, okay, it's a return match, what should we do? So the opposite of a black IPA is a actual pale ale IPA, and this also has a picture of a record on it. So this is a very, very, very close-up microscope image of the surface of a record. So there's a connection between the two beers. So that's why it looks like that. And it's quite different to our usual Buxton label style, which is usually something to do with the mountains or the hills or the Derbyshire countryside, like we're sitting in now, and that's where that came from.
Macaulay Culkin was once left home alone, but what I asked you was, what was his first movie role? The answer to that is Rocket Gibraltar. No, I've never seen it either, but it's got Burt Lancaster in it. Burt Lancaster and Macaulay Culkin. You'd have think it.
Okay, so the consensus on YouTube seems to be that I need a beer, which I'm not going to argue with. So, cheers, everyone. Lovely. So, we're going to try and do another call with a customer. Is that right? Excellent. We'll see how that goes. So, over to Doug, and if it doesn't work, I'll see you in a sec.
Hello?
Hello, this is Cyberfest calling. Do we have a person on the line?
Yeah, pardon?
This is Cyberfest calling. We're looking to get to Danny.
Oh, hi. Yeah, I'll just put him on. It won't be a second.
Yeah, I understand it's his birthday, is that correct?
Yeah,
We've called
yeah,
the
he
right
doesn't know.
Danny
I'll
then.
just put him on.
Hello? Hi, Danny. This is Beer52 calling from Cyberfest 2020.
Wow.
Hang on, we'll just take one moment. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Danny. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Yeah.
Oh my god, that's brilliant.
Have you got video on your end, Danny, so that they don't have to just look at my face on the live stream? Have you got a video?
Yeah, we've got a video, yeah.
Yeah. Do you wanna just turn the video on so that the public can adore you in the comment section?
Oh god.
I understand this is getting sprung on you quite quickly, Danny. Is that right?
Yeah. Can you see me?
Hey, yeah, we can see you. Happy birthday, mate. How's it going?
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. You've made my birthday, to be fair.
Oh, that's all we can ask for. That's so nice.
This one
Is that in the Cyberfest glass as well, or is that?
Yeah, it's a Cyberfest glass, and it's the Buxton Brewery beer. It's very nice.
Spending your birthday with all the right materials. I like it. You're my kind of call. So.
Yeah, oh no.
How old are you then, Danny? How old are you today?
I'm 29 plus 1.
29 plus 1. Okay, so it's a big one then. Yeah,
big one.
Bit of a weird time to have a birthday, obviously, with everything going on. How have you been coping? Has it been all right for you? I hope the.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. We had plans based. We had friends coming up to Europe for the weekend. Can't do that soon. The Cyberfest instead.
Yeah, sorry, you might see my colleague in the back just there. Wave to the birthday boy, Rich. There we go. So now you got a birthday greeting from both of us. So I understand your friends all planned this as a bit of a surprise for you. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So are they in the room with you?
One of them is my girlfriend.
Hello. I understand we have you to thank for this surprise call. So yeah, definitely some brownie points won there. Maybe a couple of beers. Who knows? Yeah.
She's been enjoying the beers as well.
Excellent. It's what we like to hear. So you got us set up. We're all stable.
Yeah, I'm going.
So in the business they call it a two-shot or something. I don't know. I'm not in the business, so I don't know what they call it. Yeah. Well, it's lovely to see you guys. Have you been enjoying Cyberfest so far? Have you been following along?
Yeah, I think it's been absolutely brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fun.
It's all a bit new for us, so I'm glad that we could, help you celebrate.
We've been rating the beers as we go along as well. So.
Excellent. Yeah, that's perfect. Have you got any kind of beers that you want to give a shout out to? Is there any ones that you've enjoyed so far?
Well, again, this one, the Buxton Brewery, has been a favourite so far.
Yeah.
Was the Masters of Perception. This one's been nice as well. They've all been great, to be fair. So.
I mean, it's craft beer. You can't really go wrong, can you? It's like
exactly.
pizza. Even when it's bad, it's still good.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and all these are top notch. So that's always good to hear. Well, I mean, we have plenty of beers coming up there, so I hope that you keep the ratings going. I'm sure if we can get you in the comments section, I'm sure people want to know kind of what you're thinking about the different beers or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll get a hashtag going, Danny's reviews. Let's do it.
Danny's 29 plus 1.
Yeah, 29 plus 1. Well, happy birthday to you, mate. I hope it's a good one, even though you're kind of stuck in the flat there. You can't go out to the local pub or whatever. But
best birthday ever.
Oh well, I'm glad that we could be part of that.
Cheers.
Thanks very much. Cheers, and we're going to go to Rich now, who's going to introduce the next set of beers and stuff. So get the pens ready for the review.
Will do. Thanks for the call. Thank you.
Worries. Have a good one. Bye.
See you later. Bye.
Went to Brian Tomlinson, and question 4, Aaron Munch. Rocket Gibraltar? So we've got up next. We'll have right. it's it's Mikkeller. Is that right? Well, we all know who Mikkeller is, so he honestly, I
Which cave dweller in self-isolating spectacular lived in a cave and came up with the theorem that the square of the hypotenuse on the right angle triangle is equal in area to the sum of the squares on the other two sides. Lived in a cave, taught in a cave, started a cult. It's not a bad idea. Once this is all over, might find myself a cave. Give myself some followers.
Good evening everyone, thanks for joining us. I'm Alex here at Whiplash and welcome to Whiplash HQ. Thanks for joining us on our tasting of Reckoner, our Strata IPA, which we're going to get to in a second. This is our brand new brew house. We moved in here in November. We've been brewing since November, and yeah, it's been a real big DIY project and we're really proud of it, and we're happy with the beers that we're putting out here at the moment. So yeah, lots of exciting stuff to come. We're here in our cellar at the moment. Feels like a big swimming pool. We've tiled every inch of the place so we can keep it clean. The whole place gets foamed down a couple of times a week. But in terms of the scale of everything, we went to these like 8 times, twice over this side, 4 times on these. We brewed Reckoner in FD 10 and 11. And these are our pilot tanks here, and we just do a single brew here, or we manage our yeast plan in here from week to week. And this is where all the fun stuff happens at the moment. We're banging out the hits for everyone on our social media who's put in their 2 cents as to what they'd like to see us brew again in our new plan. So we do have like a tank Surrender to the Void, for instance. We've got a couple of other ones that are coming along, and then a couple of the double tanks there have some new and interesting beers coming along too. Most of what we do, roll over, Body Riddle, Northern Lights, and the big lads. All of these are for IPAs, double IPAs, and this is for all the fun. So follow me, jump to the brew house. We work on a 5 vessel plus mash filter brew house. We brew about 1,000 litres at a time, but we brew quite regularly. At the moment we're brewing from 7 AM to 11 PM, and we brew about 6 brew lengths in a day. So that's how we're filling those big 8 brew length tanks. From here you can see our 5 vessel. Take you through quick what everything does. This is our mash mixer. Go up for a second. We mash in our grain in this vessel right here. Everything's still very manual. Water comes in. We go in bag to bag by hand. The vessel right beside it is our cereal cooker slash decoction vessel. So with this we are working on some gluten-free beers where you can work with rice and buckwheat, sorghum, millet, that type of thing, which need to be gelatinized at higher temperatures. So we're having a lot of fun with this at the moment too, and it also doubles up for decoction, so we can caramelize malts for traditional German Czech style beers and even some hybrid stuff that we're planning. This is our upper backburt receiver, so this is the vessel that allows us to brew so regularly every day. If the kettle's in use, the work channel's into here before the kettle becomes available, and then we go into the kettle. Over here, this is our kettle. This tank itself is very simple, but the stuff that's behind it isn't so much. We work on an external calandria, so that's an external heat exchanger or external work boiler, as we call it sometimes in the UK. That allows us to reduce the amount of energy that we need to run this, and then also we recoup that lost energy that's in the vapor. We use cold liquor. We have a big heat exchanger in here, and that goes back into the tank for the next brew, all nice and clean. And yeah, it just means that we're running this place quite sustainably. We probably use only about 30% of the amount of steam that we use in a normal kind of standard steam kit of this nature. And then our whirlpool. So a really good whirlpool, very shallow, very wide. Very specific proportions, and then also we have a lot of controls in here that we can whirlpool and we can pop in here at very different temperatures. So yeah, really happy with this. So we pass through these very, very quickly every day, out through the yeast tanks we have on our work line here, down into the cellar, And 2 weeks down here, off the packaging, we can here on site, and then off to you. So hopefully everyone has a bit of Reckoner in their hand. We'll come down to the mash filter. I'll talk to you about that. And yeah, we're really happy with Reckoner. Still are. I'm drinking it right now. So Reckoner is Strata IPA. Designs here. Fantastic Sophie De Vere. She does all of our collage designs. All these are done analog. She puts them out at home, and she's happy with it. She just mounts it, sends us an image, and we put it straight on here. So really happy with that. Strata is a cool new hop. It's new to us anyway. Our friends at Indie Hops and their agents here, Loughran's, were very nice that they thought of us for working with this new hop. And when we told them about what we could do with it on the hot side and different bits of equipment that we had to work with here, they were really excited about it too. So when we got the bags of Strata, we were like, yeah, we got to do a single hop IPA with this as well. So first of all, in the nose, it's just buckets of pineapple, passion fruit. I get a lot of white wine off it too. There's a little touch of dank, a little touch of spice, but nothing too over the top. It's really high in oil content, like usually double what you see on, you know, your Cascades and your Centennials at the moment. But yeah, it's got buckets of huge aroma, and it's a tricky one to work with a little bit too. So Charles, who works here with us, our brewer, he's worked with this hop in the States before. We took the decision to go with a double dry hop. What I mean by that is 2 very specific stages, slightly different temperatures, very clean, bottom off, and we got, I think, the best results from the hop by doing it that way too. So yeah, fermented on London Ale 3 yeast, nice and very soft, silky, lots of big mouthfeel without being overly sweet. And our grist is normally Maris Otter that we're getting from the UK. Some wheat malt, oat malt, use a lot of flakes, wheat, and carapils and strata, of course. So the mash filter that's behind me here allows us to work with as much wheat, as much oats as we want to use. There is a certain point where we feel that maybe it's too much, maybe it's not enough, but it's a really interesting part of what we can do with it to give the right texture to that hot flavor. So I hope you like it. Thanks for joining us, and
everybody's favourite subject, homeschooling and normal schooling alike, let's face it. So, the question was, which cave-dwelling ancient Greek self-isolationist came up with the theorem that the square of the hypotenuse of the right angle triangle is equal in area to the sum of the squares on the other 2 sides? Yes, that's right, it's your pal and mine, Pythagoras. It's Pythagoras' theorem. Excellent.
Yeah, so apologies. I believe that was the Whiplash video, not Mikkeller. The 2 are different. They, you know, one's taller, one's shorter. Who knows? We will get the Mikkeller video to you, so don't worry, it is coming. But I hope you enjoyed Whiplash's video. Not just a great movie, also a great brewery. Now, Rich, are you with me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're with me. I understand there's been some audio issues at Rich's end. We're figuring those out, but hopefully you can hear what's about to happen, because for those of you who listen to the podcast, subtle plug for the Beer52 podcast that me and Rich host, we have a habit of playing little games, and we thought, you know, since we're here, we might as well play one. So get ready on the comment section, because you might want to join in as well. Rich, social isolation, you know, it's a time for great movies to be watched. And I've picked a few movies for you, mostly around the theme of, you know, socially isolated characters, or, you know, being just trapped in one place.
And you want me to match them to a beer?
I'm going to make you decide what the beer to go with that is. Now to be fair to you, I won't say specific names, so you can just, you know, you can give me just a genre of beer.
Okay.
So the first one, the absolute classic, Castaway. Tom Hanks film. You know, he's trapped on an island, so think about that.
Yeah.
You know,
Wilson!
Ice skates involved. Wilson, as some of you may have picked up from Phil Hall's little studio setup that he's got, definitely a reference. So, Rich, what do you think? What beer would you put for Castaway if Tom Hanks only could have one beer on the island?
So either, I think a coconut porter would be appropriate.
Standard, yeah.
Or I think in the box a couple of months ago we had a Pina Colada IPA.
We did indeed.
You could just pretend he's on holiday.
That got drunk by my fiance before I could even get to it. So I'm gonna say that's probably the correct choice, just considering that's the one I've not tried. So
okay.
So that's Castaway. The next one we've got is pretty much the opposite end of the spectrum from a terrestrial bound island, Wall-E. Little robot all alone, empty planet. What do you think?
I think Yeasty Boys Digital IPA.
Nice reasoning. What's your reasoning for that?
Like robots.
Robots, digital robots. I like it. It's good. It's simple.
It's tenuous. It's pretty weak.
I don't know. It kind of does what it says on the tin. I think that's pretty good.
Yeah.
So pun very much intended, by the way. So next up, we've had Tom Hanks alone on an island. We've had Wall-E, a robot socially isolated on the world. Not quite a social isolation. That's a really weird word to say. Social isolation movie, but definitely one involving a man really getting to know the monitor in front of him. Her. I think it's Spike Jonze film.
Yeah, with
Joaquin
Phoenix and Scarlett Johansson.
Really beautiful and harrowing film about a man and an AI. So, what are you going to do for that one, Rich?
God, that's really tough, Doug.
Yeah. It's got a very hipstery, muted color palette. Arcade Fire did the soundtrack. It's one of the most beautiful albums out there. So,
is this just an excuse so you can talk about this film? Because I feel like
Rich, I'm not gonna lie.
Well, do I usually get one pass on the podcast?
Normally you do, but because we're in a live setting, I thought I'd just put the screen on.
It usually gets edited out.
Yeah.
Okay. I got nothing.
You got nothing.
I got nothing. What about that? God, what was the Big Smoke? Electric. It's not Electric Sky, is it?
Oh, I do know the one you mean though. It was recently in the box.
Yeah. I really like that beer.
Yeah,
and
welcome to the on the spot beer knowledge of Rich and I. You know what? Let's just say dealer's choice for that one. The last one, absolute classic of staying in your own home. Home Alone. Had to happen. So Home Alone, Macaulay Culkin. We've already mentioned him on the live stream.
Yeah.
What beer are you going to give to Home Alone?
Christmas beer. Some sort of Christmas beer.
Gotta be.
Yeah. Santa's Little Helper.
Yeah, I can't see the comment section right now, but I imagine it's alight with really good beer recommendations, with all the info, probably the Untapped links. And
probably complaints about my mic.
Probably complaints about your mic as well, Rich. But
we know.
Yeah, we are fixing it, I promise. So, maybe something to think about if you wanted to, spice up the social isolation. That's a real tongue twister. If you want to spice up that kind of social distancing, then you can put on a good movie like Spike Jonze's Her or Home Alone, and pick a beer. Try and pair your beers to your viewing experience. And speaking of a viewing experience, we've got coming up for you a wonderful video from Garden Brewery, as well as I think another pub quiz question. So let's cut to those, and best of luck to you.
What topical quiz would be complete without a mention to the POTUS, the Commander-in-Chief of the United States and leader of the free world, if you'd believe it, Donald J. Trump? Now, the question to Donald J. Trump is, what the hell are you thinking? No, that is not what the question is. The question is, which of the following films did Donald J. Trump not make a cameo appearance in? Is it A, Home Alone 2, Lost in New York, B, Zoolander, C, Sex and the City, or D, Annie? So, another question I'd like to ask Donald Trump is, what the hell is going on with that haircut? Honestly, why would you try and create a thing like that? Remember folks, bald is beautiful. There's no need to hide it. Let your natural skin shine.
Hi, I'm Mladen, also known as the Can Man. I do sales, logistics and custom paperwork so you can get your beer. They're gonna have a festival party there, so something. One moment.
Aha, okay, можно же?
Hi Beer52, I'm Mladen, this is Marin.
Hi.
Vjerujem da uživate u našim pivama.
I da se dobro zabavljate. Živjeli?
Živjeli.
Short and cute.
I hope you're all enjoying your Friday night. I'd like to thank Beer52 for involving us, it's fantastic. Let's show you around the brewery and then do a tasting. We're doing hazy IPA, I think. So yeah, let's do it, enjoy.
If any of you guys have been to a brewery before, you'll know how noisy it is, so you're in for a treat. You get my smooth voiceover work instead. We were founded in 2016 by the same team that brought electronic music festivals to the Croatian coast. In the 4 years since, we've been expanding the brewery rapidly. We now export to over 15 different countries, and we have a great team of over 20 staff, from places such as the UK, Croatia, Ireland, Mexico and Bosnia-Herzegovina, all over really. At the moment we're brewing around 10 times a week, so we're on target to brew about 7,500 hectolitres, which is 750,000 litres, or in pub terms 1.5 million pints. Our specials range, which you guys are drinking now, includes everything from like fruity sours to imperial stouts to hazy IPAs.
Before we go any further, there is one member of staff. He is our logistics king. He is the reason that you have the beer in your living rooms or gardens this evening. He is able to get beer across all borders, sans frontiers, and that is Mladen. Hey guys, so we are in our offices which sit above the brewery, and we're going to try the hazy IPA. Got a nice kind of almost orange juicy kind of colour. The haze is coming mostly from the use of high protein malts, so there's like bag loads of oats and wheat and all that kind of jazz in there. So we use a yeast, which is a low flock yeast, so it means that a lot of stuff doesn't drop out. And it is called Brexit, as it happens, from an Irish wet yeast farm. No comment. Soft fruit, a bit of tropical fruits, there's a little bit of kind of papaya, maybe a bit of maybe a bit of pineapple as well coming through. The hop bill we're using in the dry hop is it's a blend of Mosaic, Citra, Cashmere and Azacca, so all pretty standard big hitting West Coast hops. We use a little bit of Columbus as well for bittering. You're really tasting the Mosaic through, and that kind of back end of the tropical note is coming through from the Azacca as well. So all in all, hope you enjoy it as much as I am. Cheers. So I'd like to say cheers to Beer52, logistics managers all over Europe, but most importantly, the one and only, the logistics king, Mladen. Cheers guys.
answer to this will be provided by Mr. Donald J. Trump himself. So over to you, Orange Man.
It's the President of the United States, it is, and I know what an honor this must be for you. What an honor. That I'm addressing the Beer52 Cyberfest drinkers. No one loves you more than the Donald. They don't. I want to say what a magnificent, tremendous, beautiful, wonderful, so good job that you're doing in supporting your breweries. You really are. And I know you want to know how I'm getting on, how I'm coping with the lockdown. Well, okay, you know, a lot of people say to Melania, did you marry Donald for his looks? Well, of course she did, but there was one other thing, because let me tell you, Beer52 Cyberfest drinkers, I am the only man on the planet right now that during the social distancing lockdown 2-meter rule can still make love to Melania, and I can do it without the aid of Viagra. I can. Now I was going to give you the answer, because I know the answer. Of course I do. I know everything. No one knows more answers than the Donald. They don't. But I'm not going to do that, because I'm going to get Little Rocket Man, give me on, to give you the answers. So, Beer52 Cyberfest drinkers, the answer is Annie. So good. Take care. Stay safe.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Okay, so another quiz winner, question 5. That was Pythagoras was the answer to that one. And our winner is Rachel K. Congratulations, Rachel. Just been looking at some of the YouTube comments, some good stuff there. Whoever said Free Joe Exotic, completely agree. Obviously, sorry, spoilers. Second beer for me. This is Batik, which I think you guys have maybe already heard. Maybe it's very good. We're going to try and do another customer call just now. Doug is currently trying to get through to Penny, so I'm hoping to get a wee wave when that happens. So slick. This is.
Hang on. Hi.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hello. How's it going?
Oh, not bad. I resisted the urge to try and keep up with all the beers, so I can still see straight.
Please don't drink them all. That's,
No, not like Josephine.
Yeah, that goes for everyone else as well. So how are you doing today, Penny?
I'm fine. I mean, like a lot of folk, it's the going out on a Friday night to the pub that is a bit of a strain on a Friday night, but. Yeah. But anyway, we're all in the same boat, so at least I know that no one else is in the pub either.
Exactly. It's the going out to the pub now, but without the going out. So we just have to bring the pub to you.
Yes, absolutely.
So speaking of, all the, it has to be the talk of the town, because it's why we're doing this thing. How are you handling lockdown and quarantine? How are you handling all that?
Oh, I think the secret is to keep busy. I mean, like a lot of people, you get a list out of all the things you should have done, except you were too bloody busy, and you think, right, okay, I'll do them.
Yeah, all the light bulbs have been changed, all the
paint the bathroom, weed the garden. I mean, normally it's no, I haven't got time for that, but yeah.
Is anything in particular been keeping you busy? Have you got any? Have you been doing any hobbies or anything like that?
Well, I do a lot of sewing. I won't bore you with that. I mean, on the other hand, there is that thing of could you sew spare scrub suits for NHS staff? So whenever you run out of projects to do, it's right, go and start sewing these things. So I mean, it does help you feel that you're contributing something, no matter how tiny.
Yeah. I mean, every little helps, especially with the way things are just now. I think no one's going to turn away some help there. So
Absolutely.
it's a nice way to put like a hobby into good practice there.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And I mean, you know, this is Cyberfest 2020. This is a beer festival right in the comfort of your living room. So, or in my
What's
case,
not to like?
the office. So, because when we are asking for people to kind of email in and talk to yourself, you emailed in and you said you were a dark beer fan. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, and we're getting into the summer now, so you don't get so many of the dark
Not so
beers.
many.
But spring comes late to southwest Scotland, so it's still pretty cold.
We had the windows all firmly bolted down before we came into the office because it is still a bit cold out there. But I am very glad to hear that you're a dark beer fan because I feel sometimes, as a dark beer fan myself, I feel that we're in a minority at sometimes.
Yeah,
I
think a lot of people think it's Guinness. And maybe Murphy's, and that's it. There's nothing else to talk about.
Well, that's the thing. I know in my family, I'm the only one who drinks the stouts and the porters, so I have to take on that burden, that heavy burden. So, speaking of dark beers, do you have any favourites that you can recommend to the folks at home? You know, any particular styles that you like? Because it's not just stout; it is also porters.
Yeah, I mean, I noticed that camera kind of merging the porters and the stouts because they can't decide what the boundary is. But oddly enough, in Dumfries and Galloway, there's a brewery in Castle Douglas where they make like a lot of smaller breweries. They make loads of beers, but they make one that for years I couldn't work out what beer it was, and apparently it counts as a strong mild. Okay. So I've got it. I think it's Solwath, which you can pronounce Sulith, and there's a whole debate. I won't bore anybody with about how you say Solwath.
I'm sure the comments.
But it's named after Robert the Bruce, and I went on a camera beer tasting panel training thing, and they said this is a strong mild, despite the fact that it's actually not particularly dark. But I thought, that would explain it. It's a mild, except it's not black. But yes, I mean, I quite like some of the. I mean, I don't like beers that are really, really, really bitter. But these days, again, stout can encompass almost anything. Yeah. There's a huge spectrum of stouts.
That's the thing. When I started working here at Beer52, I thought I'd better quiz up on the different beer categories, and I looked up the definition of stout and porter, and it was pretty much stout. It's a dark beer that isn't a porter, and porter it's a dark beer that isn't a stout. But they're basically they're so close together because they're all about that kind of dark coffee flavor and everything. I guess that comes through quite a lot. So are there any other beer recommendations for around your area? I'm sure people are building like a little, beer road trip map of
yes, well, the other one, it's a relatively new brewery. It's in Lockerbie, which is just off the kind of road up to Glasgow. And that's Lowland Brewery. Yeah. And it does, well, it's just finished its dark beer because it did it as a sort of seasonal Christmas beer. But it does, one called Rabbit Druth, just to prove we're in Scotland. And that's a kind of pale ale, and it does a quite good bitter, two dogs in English. But yes, I mean, there's actually quite a lot of real ales around here. I mean, so I can't complain. But actually, Solwath or Sulith, I think they were a finalist in the Camera Winter Beer Festival dark beer categories. It's Black Galloway because they're in Galloway. So that's another good one. Yeah.
Oh, well, those are excellent recommendations. I'm definitely going to be adding those to my little map of Scotland to go around. Once lockdown is over, once we're allowed out, we can reclaim the outside world for our.
A lot of beer out there.
Yeah, there's a lot of beer out there indeed. So I'm very glad to hear that we've got some recommendations there. Is there anything else that you want to particularly shout out? Because this is the time to do it. If you've got any kind of friends who might be watching, or if you've got any local pubs that you want to big up.
Yes, well, actually, I'm in Dumfries, so that's kind of the largest town. But yes, we've got a few real ale pubs, and one of them is the Tam O'Shanter, which is a very traditional pub. It doesn't do any food. It's got 2 rooms and a loo. But they have several, real ales all the time, and they have guest beers, and it's a pub. So it's not a restaurant, it's not a bar diner, it's a pub. I love pub.
That's good. I like a pub. It's what better sentiment than that. So thank you very much for taking the call and being part of Cyberfest 2020. This is one to tell the people about over the Zoom calls and the Skype calls and what have you.
Absolutely.
So I believe we're going to cut back to Rich, who's going to take us into the next section. But thank you very much again.
Bye,
and,
guys.
Enjoy the rest of the festival.
Will do.
Have a good one.
Awesome. Thanks very much, Penny. Okay, let's not hang about. We've got our first comedian of the night now. It's the wonderful Jay Lafferty. I hope you really enjoy this.
Hello and welcome Beer52 Cyberfest drinkers. I hope you're having a good time. Even though we're in lockdown, we can have a little bit of fun. Unfortunately, Beer52 haven't actually sent me any beer, so I'm just making do with a wee glass of red. Cheers, I hope you have a good night. My name is Jay Lafferty. I'm a stand-up comedian, and usually on a Friday and Saturday night I would be in the clubs entertaining people, but much like you guys, I'm on lockdown. I am on lockdown with my husband and 5-month-old baby, which legitimately means that I have about 3 minutes every day where he's not doing the toilet, on the bottle, having a tantrum or taking a nap. And then of course there's the baby to look after as well, so that's going well. I've taken this time in isolation to try and upskill myself. Actually, I signed up to a baby massage class. It's not going well. The first day I realised that the hot oil was pee. He drilled in my hair. He screamed the whole way through. I mean, I'm really not finding it relaxing. His tiny hands can't really get into my shoulders well. I think I'm going to ask for my money back. I don't know, maybe with your partners, I mean, you're doing this fabulous Cyberfest this evening, so maybe you're trying to find ways to keep each other entertained. My partner and I decided that we would choose movies for each other. We'd take turnabouts over the weeks. It's now got pretty passive aggressive ever since he chose Outbreak, not the time for it. I've retaliated by choosing 10 Things I Hate About You, Cruel Intentions, and Fatal Attraction. So he's worried. I'm glad though that I am isolating with a 5-month-old baby, so I don't have to worry about the whole homeschooling thing. Good luck to all you doing Joe Wicks tomorrow morning at 9 AM. Have fun with that. I myself am worried about bringing my child up, because I've heard now you have to bring children up positive and confident. I wasn't brought up myself positive and confident. I was brought up in Glasgow in the 80s, so I was brought up with E numbers, sarcasm and smoking indoors, not positivity and confidence. In fact, a story that I like to tell about my father, who coached my football team. We had a little football team going, he was the coach, and we were terrible. He thought he would try and cheer us up, so along with the other dads, they clubbed together and they bought us all new football strips. Now, for a child in Glasgow in the 80s, that was a big deal, getting new football strips. We came walking in one Saturday and all the football strips were lying across the benches and our wee faces were just lit up with excitement. And we put them on and we're looking at each other, and then we realised that across the front was the word Pampers, and we were like, we've been sponsored by Pampers. I turned to my dad and said, Dad, have we been sponsored by Pampers? And he said, no, hen, it's because you're piss at the front and shit at the back. So that's the sort of positivity and confidence that I grew up with. I also don't have to deal with the hell of play dates at the moment. All you lucky people isolating that don't have to deal with play dates just now, look at the positive side of things. If you don't know what a play date is, you're probably much like me 5 months ago. As I said, was brought up in the 80s, so we actually played outside unsupervised. I know, people under the age of 25's minds have just blown wide open. Because you guys, you're under 25s, you spent the first 9 years of your life sitting in a car seat. We never sat in car seats. We just rolled around the back. We used to cycle without helmets. Take a look at anybody over the age of 40. It shows. It does. I'll explain to you if you don't know what a play date is. It's when you take your child, you put them in the car seat, you drive them down the road to somebody's house that you don't know. The only thing that you have in common is a child. You take them out the car seat, and it turns out you can't just leave them there. No, you've got to go in the house with them, and you can't drink gin. No, you've got to drink coffee. The whole thing sounds horrific. When I first heard the term playdate, I got quite excited because I thought what happened was you went round there and shagged their dads. But as it turns out, that's not what happens. It's not all bad being on lockdown. You can avoid family, which is great because my niece, who usually comes over every week for her dinner, she's obviously not able to visit at the moment, which is great because she's 20. And she's full of joy. She's got that lovely shine, that lovely shiny face. You know, the shine that as ladies try and buy. We walk up and down Socky Hall Street looking for that shine, and then we realise you can't buy that shine because that shine is hope. Yeah, she's full of hope. She's actually an Instagram model. I don't know what that is. Apparently it means that you can wear hoop-tearing solars that intermittently a dolphin will try and jump through them. But she keeps me young. She came round at Christmas last year and she said to me, "Auntie J, have you ever seen the television programme Friends?" And I said, "Yeah, I might have seen Friends a few times in my life." She told me that it just started on Netflix, but that she was finding it quite problematic because that's what you young people feel. You feel things are problematic all the time. And I asked her what was problematic about Friends, and she sat me down and she explained to me that Friends, the television programme from the 90s, is sexist, racist, it's body shaming, it's homophobic, it's every ismist. I told her to calm down. They're there for me, they weren't there for you. But she said, "No, I'm going to write a blog about it." And off she went, and she wrote 1,500 words about Ross Geller's use of mansplaining. That's too many shits to give, young people. I really worry for you. I worry for your generation because if you ever find Faulty Towers on Netflix, we're all screwed. Anyway, enjoy the rest of your evening. Cyberfest, Beer52. Have fun and hopefully we'll see you on the other side of the lockdown. Goodbye.
Thanks very much, Jay. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. Got another quiz winner for you. Question 6. The answer was Annie. And the winner is Antonio Cerezo Iglesias.
Nice one.
I'm not saying that again. Congratulations, Antonio.
First take. Well done.
Yeah. I didn't spend Jay's entire set practicing that.
So I believe up next we do have another brewery segment.
Yes.
So get ready for that coming up. I believe is it Boundary?
Yeah. It's a really cool brewery in Northern Ireland that I went to visit a couple of months ago now, and it's in East Belfast.
And those times, Rich, where you could just go visit a brewery.
Yes. Wild.
When
I know.
we were young and reckless.
I travelled. I got on a plane. There were other people there. It's magical.
Strange dreams.
Dreams of a madman. But no, it was. They're super cool. It's like a really small brewery. They don't have a tap room yet because of the weird licensing laws in Northern Ireland. But they're really nice guys, and they're like the guy who founded it. He's so kind of smart and switched on. Has loads of great ideas about beer and beer culture. So and they make fantastic brews, obviously. So enjoy the video, enjoy the beer.
Matt Damon played Mark Watney, who was stuck in isolation on Mars in the film The Martian. What I'd like to know is how much longer is a Martian soul to an Earth day? That is, how much longer is a Martian soul to an Earth day? Very difficult, but sure. Sure, there's a couple of astrophysicists out there who will know the answer to this.
How you doing? My name's Matthew. I'm the co-founder of Beanie Brewing here in Belfast. We are 5.5 years old. We're a small brewery based about a mile outside the city centre in Belfast, mainly specialising in hoppy beers. We do some lagers, we do a lot of bigger stouts, and we do some mixed firm wild stuff from our barrel project too. Being based in Northern Ireland's great. It's where we live. I love it, but trying to run a brewery here is difficult. It's really restrictive. We are the most tied draft line market in Europe, so over 90% of all draft handles, probably over 95% of them, are owned by Diageo and Heineken, which means we don't have any access to draft really in our own country. And for some reason we're not allowed to sell beer directly to the public like there are other breweries in GB. So we started in a restrictive market, but we knew that, and one of the advantages of that, one of the silver linings that come from these ridiculous laws, is that our reputation and our punch and our access to market in the world is much bigger than our brewery, our reputation, the size of our team, and our access to capital really would allow for a normal brewery. So there's only 3.5 of us. We started in a 400 litre kit with £70,000, and now 5 years in with beer across the world, we're regularly over in England doing events. We're invited to some of the most exciting beer festivals in the world, and it's been nice just to make something beautiful in quite a restrictive space. So today you're drinking Bingling. It's one of our IPAs. Our hoppy world normally has 4.5% pale ales, 6%-ish IPAs, 8% DIPAs, and then occasionally we do some triple IPAs at about 10%. The IPA, it's got a traditional grist bill and water profile, which Mark, our head brewer, has been working on for about 18 months. He's really nailed it at the minute. The hoppy beers are really singing. So full-bodied, luxurious mouthfeel without being sweet. Not any dryness or bitterness, and we put all our hops more or less into the dry hop. So this one's 16 grams a litre of Idaho 7. Idaho 7 is a new hop for us. It's the first time we've brewed with it specifically on its own, and what we're getting from that is a little bit of pine, a little bit of black tea, but mostly a lot of passion fruit, tropical fruit, and kind of a bit of citrus going through the middle. It's really interesting. It is a unique beer, and we're really excited to start blending that hop with others. I think it'll play really well with a lot of the other hops that we have access to. So I hope you enjoy it. I think it's a good representation of where we are with our hoppy beers at the minute. I know a lot of you at Beer52 have had our pale ale and export stout. They're some of our core beers, but these hoppy beers with a high dry hop level, usually at a bit of a higher price point, are really where our beers are shining at the minute. So we're excited to get you that for Cyberfest. Whew. About 5 years ago, just over 5 years ago, we moved into Portview Trade Centre in Belfast. It's a big old linen mill. It's beautiful. The windows are massive. The light's incredible. And we started in the corner here. This wasn't a cold room before. And we started with a 400 litre kit. And for, I don't know how long, too long, I was busting mass on my own brewing 400 litres a day. Brewing 5-6 times a fill of fermenter. I didn't see my wife or kids or any human being for some years. And we started to grow. We've hired more people. There's 3.5 of us now. And about 2 years ago then, we moved next door. So we punched a hole in the wall. We ripped out the 400 litre kit with great glee, put in a walk-in cold room, sold our bottling line, went to cans. Cans was always the idea. Our artist, John Robinson, he's a childhood friend, and I always wanted his artwork on the labels and cans, as I just had a bigger canvas. That was always the goal all along. We just couldn't afford it. We still can't afford it, but people will give us debt now, so that's good. So we punched through the wall, and we went from 400 litre kit to 2400 litre kit, which we built ourselves from old dairy equipment, and we used all the money that we had saved to buy the canning line and first conical fermenters. So until then, we've been brewing on flat bottom fermenters, and there's only so much you can do with beer that's hoppy in those kind of vessels. So we got our first conicals a couple of years ago. We've got a brewery floor full of them now of all kinds of sizes, and really what that let us do is improve our hoppy beers dramatically, from the dry hop additions to the extraction we got out of the dry hops, to managing yeast better, to being able to rouse things, being able to put things under pressure, the DO levels, which is the dissolved oxygen, which is an enemy of all beer, but especially hoppy beer. And so for about 2.5, 3 years, we've been really proud of the beer that we're brewing, particularly in the hoppy world. So Bingaling is a perfect example of the stuff that our expansion and all the money and time that we've spent allows us to do. So we hope you enjoy it, and thanks for coming to Cyberfest. Bye.
What I wanted to know was how much longer is a Martian Sol to an Earth day? A Martian Sol is 35 minutes longer than our Earth day. Write that one down. It'll come in handy one day, I'm sure.
I mean, the pub quiz is a difficult challenge right now, I think. I noticed Richard grabbed a beer, so I thought I'd grab one as well, considering it's not a beer festival until everyone is drinking. So,
you got some catching up today, mate.
Sorry, what was that, Rich?
You got some catching up today.
I do have some catching up to do, so Slange Val. Tell you what, though, are you guys ready for some more entertainment? Because I feel like, we need to maybe get a few laughs going while you kind of sample maybe one of the beers just now.
And they're not coming from us.
Sorry, what was that?
And they're not coming from us.
And they're not coming from us, that is correct. So we're going to cut to a wonderful comedian, Liam Withnail. So keep an eye out for that and enjoy.
Hello and welcome Beer52 Cyberfest drinkers. I hope you're enjoying your festival so far and having a good day. My name's Liam Withnail. I have been in quarantine for 4 weeks with my flatmate. She doesn't like me calling her that because we are married. We never planned to get married, we're like a cool bohemian couple, but we just got to a point in our relationship where she needed a visa. Married for a couple of years, but quarantine has exposed some untruths in our relationship, I guess I would say. Let me put it to you like this. We've been in the house for 4 weeks, and in that time, I do not believe that she has pooed. Now look, I know that's a stupid thing to say, okay? I've just heard myself say it, but you have to understand, if that woman has done a poo in this house in the last 4 weeks, I don't know when or where or how, she's a secret shitter and it's driving me fucking mental, okay? I feel like a goddamn detective in my own house every day, out here, looking for clues, trying to figure out how she's getting away with it, okay? There's never a hint, not even a tiny hint. It's not like she ever pauses Netflix and goes, I'll be back in like 5 minutes. That's never happened. Not once in the last month have I opened the bathroom door and gone, Jesus Christ, woman. That has never happened. This doesn't work the other way around. You understand? She knows before I'm going to the bathroom that I'm going to the bathroom. Sometimes I literally stand up and she goes, oh, are you going for a shit? I'm like, yes. How did you know? You witch woman. I've got 3 theories as to how she's getting away with this. You'll be pleased to know I'm going to walk you through all 3 of them now. First theory. This one most commonly offered to me by my friends. People say, hey Liam, obviously she's just doing it when you are out the house. Maybe when you're on your daily walk. I find this theory hard to get on board with, because it suggests a level of cooperation between the brain and the bowels that I myself find unfathomable, okay? Perhaps it's because I live on a diet of pizza and noodles, but the idea that someone could sit there with their Google Calendar and go, right, it's 2 o'clock now, I need a poo, Liam goes for his walk at 5, so I'll just wait 3 hours. That's mental to me. My body doesn't work like that, okay? My body doesn't give me that luxury. My bowels give me a 5-minute friendly warning on a good day, okay? My stomach works like the real IRA. I get a friendly phone call, there's a bomb in the building, you've got a few minutes to evacuate, and that is it. Theory number 2, no pun intended. Came up with this one when I walked into the bathroom one day and I noted she had lit a scented candle. I thought, got you now. Let's see how you do. Very clever. Whole bathroom smelled like lavender with a hint of cinnamon. Alright, let's see how you do. You've been covering your tracks. I like it. Now I've got my theory. Time for me to run an evidence-based experiment. So next time I went to the bathroom, I lit the very same candle, and did it smell like lavender with a hint of cinnamon? Did it fuck? It smelled like shit with a hint of lavender. The cinnamon had completely evaporated from the situation. That poor cinnamon died for nothing. My third, final, and favourite theory is that I have married some sort of rabbit woman who poos odourless pellets. I haven't completely ironed out all the details on this theory. I don't know when she does this. I know it has to be fast. Maybe when I go make a cup of tea, she's like, go, 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 go. Not sure where she stores it. I know she has to catch it in her hand, hide it somewhere, maybe somewhere. She's got a secret compartment around the flat. I don't know. Maybe when she's out on her daily walk, she shoves it down her jeans and then she shakes it out the bottom of her leg like Andy Dufresne at the end of The Shawshank Redemption. I don't know. I'm going to think about it more. Guys, at this point you might be thinking, is this guy just going to talk about his wife's pooing habits for the last 5 minutes? Yes. And you may have noticed this poster behind me, adorned with 5-star reviews. I want you to know that that routine was in that show, and members of the British press deemed it worthy of 5-star reviews. And if you think otherwise, take it up with a motherfucking Guardian. Guys, I hope you have a great day. I've been Liam Withnail. Thanks for tuning in. See you next time. Bye.
Yeah, so welcome back to the offices of Beer52 as we continue on in Cyberfest 2020. We have been watching the comments quite avidly. They've been very entertaining, to say the least. I'm going to fully adopt the Hagrid moniker. I think it's the only solution. It's the only way forward. Hopefully by the end of lockdown, I do resemble something of a human being rather than a half giant. But hey, we'll see what happens.
And we're sorry we mentioned Tiger King.
Yeah,
we understand
really
you all got
sorry.
very excited about that.
Yeah, you can talk about your Tiger King theories in the forums and the chats that undoubtedly exist. Yeah. Rich, you know who we have next?
Some Danish guy?
Some Danish guy is correct.
Martin?
We do have Mikkeller.
That was it.
I had the great fortune of going to Denmark not too long ago, and I went and visited his establishment, War Pigs. Have you been, Rich?
Yes, I've been to War Pigs.
You've been to War Pigs, exactly. Those of you who have been to War Pigs will know what a kind of Valhalla it is. It is the perfect combination of meat, beer, and metal music. And so it made like the inner teenage Doug very, very happy to be there. And of course, Mikkeller is one of the best brewers around.
Yeah, more importantly, I know you love War Pigs, Doug, but
yeah,
like
I do.
That is it is, and it is great because there is, the meat is good, but
yeah.
there is more to Mikkeller than War Pigs, and I just feel like you have an unhealthy obsession with this bar.
Rich, I like what I like. I like meat, I like beer, and I like metal. And
You're a man of simple tastes.
It's simple. It's a simple taste, So, when that article came out in Ferment where it was all about metal music, yeah, I was a big fan of that. So, I think we're going to go to a video of Mikkeller, and then we've also got, on the subject of, meat, food generally, we've also got, is it Melissa Cole?
Yeah, Melissa Cole has put together some... author of Beer Kitchen and many other fantastic books. She's a regular writer for Men and just an awesome person and like knows more about beer and food pairing than anyone else I know. And she's put together a little video for us on that.
Okay.
Hey. Mikkel here from Mikkeller at the Mikkeller headquarters. A little bit amputated, not a lot of people due to the crazy times we live in right now. Doesn't mean that we don't drink beer. We're happy to join Cyberfest. We're happy to supply one of our beers. This guy, Side Ice, Pale Ale, pretty straightforward Pale Ale. Surprise, surprise. Look at it in the glass. It's crystal clear. It's actually a little bit old school, but it's a 4.6%, kind of low alcohol, very drinkable, fruity, kind of fresh, fruity, citrusy pale ale. They could drink a lot of in the crazy sun here in Copenhagen. Always sunny in Copenhagen, right? I have it. Let's see. Good stuff. Crazy times. Obviously, we're hit by this corona virus, like everybody else in the industry. A lot of our locations closed down, so we're forced to think new ways of working and think new ways of reinventing ourselves. And one of the things that we're doing a lot of at the moment are stuff like this: online tastings, online engagement with the beer drinkers and our fans. We've done a virtual bar where people can meet up alone in their home and drink beer together on a video, talk together and talk with each other and share beers and talk about them, which is great. Do a lot of these virtual tastings. We've launched a thing called Hjemmel, which is it's an ice cream van, beer style, adult style ice cream van with beer, driving around Copenhagen and surroundings, delivering beers to thirsty people. Because one thing that we learned in these times is that staying home, being bored makes you thirsty, which is good. And this guy is actually good for that cause, because you can drink a lot of it. Cheers and happy fest. See you.
Hi Ferment family, I hope you're keeping well. I hope you and yours are safe and happy and, well, as we can be, and more to the point, healthy. I'm here today to not actually talk about beer per se. I'm actually here to talk to you about food and some of the things that we can be doing whilst we're in lockdown. I'm obviously accompanied by a beer, however. I'm finding lower ABV beers my friend in this situation. I've got the Gads number 11, which is only a 1.2%, when I can say it's absolutely banging, so cheers. But food. There's a few things that I've noticed whilst in this situation, and obviously whilst also using some of the smaller beers to stop me drinking too much. What I'm doing as well is I'm obviously going through some of my stash. Now, not every beer ages as well as we would like it to. So one of the things I'm going to really recommend to you is that you don't pour it down the drain. If you've got a really seriously oxidized beer, then one of the things you can do is obviously use it for cooking. Now, one of the bonuses about that is also is that you don't really mind what you do with it, because you're going to put it in for quite a long time. So this is the kind of moment where you actually just find a freezer bag, or you just find a tub and you stick beers in it. You can stick multiple beers into a pot if they're roughly in the same family. So if you've got some vintage ales which haven't quite stood up to the test of time, if you've got some beers that aren't highly hopped, or some old ales and they're not just tasting great, stick them all into a pot until you've got enough ready. Or, you know, if you fall asleep, a little bit tired, a little bit emotional, and you wake up the next day and you've still got some in a glass, or you've still got some in a bottle, stick that in the pot as well. Then you'll have some wonderful flavouring for a stew at a later date. So those beers are great for long, slow cooks. Another thing that I would really like to appeal to you as something that you could take on as an actual discipline going forward is, if you are peeling carrots, if you are taking strings off celery, if you are chopping ends off bulbs of garlic or onions, or even onion skins and things like that, start putting those in a pot in your freezer. Because then what you can do is, next time you roast a chicken, or if you just want simple veg stock, then what you can do is you can get that out of the freezer and you can make stock. One of the other things that I also really stand by as well is your full fresh drinking highly hopped beers. Save them for drinking. They're really not the best thing to cook with. You can use them at the very end of dishes if you want a slightly citrus and slight bitter balance, if something's a little over sweet, for example. But in the main, you're mostly better off with anything that's quite bitter and fresh hopped. Just drink it. That's what it's there for. Final note is obviously we've just had Easter weekend. If you have actually not the final note, come to think of it, I haven't mentioned cheese. What is lockdown doing to me? So, penultimate note, obviously we've just come out of the end of Easter, chocolate, beer, perfect pairings. A lot of it will probably be milk chocolate because that tends to be the strongest amount of sales that you get around Easter. So milk chocolate, you can choose more bitter stouts with that. So things like imperial stouts as well, you can go that high and that big. It's that big boozy hit and that big bitter roast hit, and obviously quite often an actual hop hit as well. You can carry that off with milk chocolate because you don't want to match that with dark chocolate, in my opinion, unless your bitter taste buds are your favourite part of your palate. You will end up with far too much bitterness at the back. So more bitter beers, generally from the roast, higher alcohols, lovely with milk chocolate. If you're using dark chocolate, then I would definitely go down the mixed firm or sour fruited route. That's generally your best shout. But you can always go with milk stouts and also milkshake stouts as well. So those big sweet sort of confectionery and pastry stouts as well. They're really good with that balance of bitterness. So when some of us old miserable buggers complain about everything being too sweet, that's actually one of the really good ways to offset that. So if you've got it in a mixed pack that you weren't expecting and it's not really your favourite style and you've kind of been looking at it a little bit, what do I do with this in the cupboard? Grab yourself some dark chocolate and get involved with that. And moving on, I had a surprising match the other day where I had a honking blue cheese with some pastry stout, and my word, it actually really worked. And it doesn't make sense actually. If you think about some of those sort of chocolatey flavours, they very much often go with blue cheese because they offset some of that saltiness. And also you can get some fruit involved, and obviously we naturally eat fruit with cheese, so that really makes sense as well. And coming back to cheese, got a bit of an end of a big impy, finished for the night, think you're not gonna drink that, or big barley wine or big old ale. Again, save that, bake a soft cheese in it, something like camembert and Eposse, something like that. Then that come in the wooden boxes, soak your wooden box, get a foil lining or a greaseproof paper lining, get your cheese out, poke holes in it, rub it with garlic, best really with roast garlic in my opinion, because it doesn't quite get a long enough time to do that. Or take a look at the recipe in the beer kitchen, which is frankly filth, for a baked cheese. And then, and everybody really wants it, then I will post it online for you as well. Just contact me either on Twitter at Melissa Cole or Instagram or Facebook at Melissa Cole Beer, and bake that cheese for about 20 minutes. Get yourself some celery and some carrots and some bread, maybe some roasted new potatoes, maybe some asparagus because asparagus season is here, yay! And get involved with that way. But most importantly, also make sure that you're finding time to get online, drink with your friends. Beer is the world's most sociable drink after all. Get online, get to your virtual pubs, have quizzes, catch up with your mate that you always catch up with, and really enjoy. So that's the most important things that I think happen around beer and food and all those sorts of things. So as I said, get involved with your mates, make sure that you see each other, don't isolate, reach out if you are having mental health problems, take care of each other and take care of yourselves. Cheers.
Oh, hi. I was just enjoying this handsome and informative craft beer dictionary available on Amazon in hardback and Kindle. Just pop that up there. It's time for another viewer call. So this is someone who's just been drinking along with us during the evening, just a normal member that Doug is going to have a bit of chat with. So if you're wondering who it is, it's just someone like you. Doug, you ready? The call.
Hello.
Hi.
How's it going?
It's good. What beer do I need to drink?
Which one are you on just now?
I know I've got like the whole array, darling. What would you like?
Fantastic. I think it's dealer's choice at this stage.
This one looks cool.
Excellent. Sun Trap. Let's do it.
Okay. I literally filled my fridge. My flatmate hates me. And my flatmate was like, why is there all this beer? I was like,
That's a flatmate who's just not appreciating the gifts that they are being given.
no. Well, it has a lot of head because it's like been in the fridge because I live in a student house and there's not much room.
That's fair. I remember the days of student fridges. I know the struggle very well.
And it's lovely. It's really light, actually. I'm surprised because it's 6.5%.
Yeah.
But it's really light beer. That's a lovely one.
Yeah, that's another reminder to not be drinking all of the beers all tonight because
why?
Because they're so heavy. We have to put it in that you can't drink them all tonight. I know you're in students like accommodation, but you know. So yeah, what happens off camera, I don't know, but like I'm just saying now, don't do it.
Okay. Well, can you tell me about this beer? What is this one?
So
who makes this one? Suntrap.
Suntrap IPA.
Yeah.
I believe that's Gypsy Hill actually, who
It
are
is,
going to
yeah.
be coming up very shortly. So you'll be able to like hear like direct from the horse's
Yeah.
mouth all about that beer. So you know,
I love it.
savor it for just now, and you'll be able to
Fabulous.
drink along
What's your
with the
favourite?
brewers.
What do you like the most out of all of these? We heard about this one. That was a good one.
The salt one, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of salt as a brewer, so I have to say that's definitely up there for me. I haven't actually had a chance to try every single beer yet, though. I've been too busy trying to, help them get all
Right.
the
Look, it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful.
So I take it then you've been enjoying the street and enjoying Cyberfest 2020.
I love it. Well, I've been forced to take my 2-week holiday, and I'm not on the beach. I'm in Leamington, which is a town in the West Midlands, which is sad because I couldn't cancel my holiday and I can't go on my holiday. So this is my holiday.
I mean, I'm glad that we could just be at least somewhat of a holiday for you. You know, you've got craft beer.
Kind of.
You're live in front of soon-to-be friends, I guess.
Yeah. So then I've asked work if I can bugger off to Australia next year. I was like, well, if you forced me to take my holiday, I might as well go to the beautiful land of beer. So hopefully in 2021 we can travel, or I will cry.
Yeah, get some nice sun to go with the craft beers.
I know, 'cause you can't get like a refund. So I was just like, well, if I can't get a refund, I might as well book a 2021 trip.
So you said you were down in Leamington, which
Leamington Spa. It's Royal Leamington Spa,
Royal
darling.
Leamington Spa.
We are a royal town. Yeah, not Leamington. You have to pronounce it correctly. We are very fastidious on that.
Sorry, I've never gone south.
Where are you from?
I'm from Newcastle originally. So,
Oh, I love Newcastle!
Yeah, the accent doesn't really give it away, but that's where I'm from. So like,
I've had such good times there. I love it. It's a 3-hour train from me, so you better come down. There's a direct train.
Beer52 road trip. I think will have to happen at some point.
Yeah. Can you take me? Can you give me free beer?
We'll see. Maybe not. Maybe so. Who knows? So speaking of beer, what's the kind of beer that you normally go for? Like, what's the beer recommendations that you can give to the people out there?
Yeah, I like beer that's fun, that's weird. I have things like chocolate stout, like anything random, chili beer, banana beer. I went to Tanzania because I do crazy charity work, and they basically have this beer made of, it's called palm wine, because it's not alcohol, because it comes from the tree, so it's not offending anybody. So they literally tap it from the tree, this palm, and then they leave it to ferment, and it's disgusting, but it's beer. So they managed to get free beer out of trees.
Yeah, needs must, I guess.
So that's really cool. Anything random and wacky. And then you can always put lemonade and make a shandy out of it, but diluting the beer is a crime.
Absolutely.
So try not to do that. But these glasses are too small. We need big glasses, man.
Need bigger glasses. Well, those are tasting glasses, so it gives you the right amount to just be very sophisticated and call it a tasting. Yeah.
Tasting. Big.
Absolutely. So I've been asking pretty much everybody this about local recommendations for the area that they're in. So Royal Leamington Spa, what's the best place to go for a good beer?
We have a dedicated beer shop, which is amazing. And it's just down the bottom of town. And loads of little local breweries as well are coming up in Warwickshire, which is really amazing. But we're also cider country, so I have to say come for cider too.
Yeah, you got to plug
Yeah, so we have our symbol is the bear. So we've got loads of beer companies with bears on them, which is freaking cool. But companies, we have like the Fat Pug. Literally, it's a chain of pubs that's called Pugs. There's the Fat Pug, the Black Pug, and the Royal Pug. And generally, you say to your mates, "Meet me in one pug," and they meet you in the other because they just get confused. But there is so many pug bars, and if you bring pugs, it's even better because I love pugs.
Craft beer and pugs sounds like an ideal way to spend a weekend.
I know, yeah.
So yeah, I can imagine people at home. I know I'm certainly adding all of these recommendations to like a big UK beer tour list that I need to do once we're outside of lockdown.
Amazing, yeah. All over the world.
Have you been doing anything interesting with lockdown? Have you been getting into any hobbies or crafts? We had someone sewing earlier.
I've been making my own bread, and you can make bread with beer.
Yes,
beer bread.
You can. Yeah.
It's hard to give up the beer though. It's very depressing.
Yeah.
But I managed to make like proper baguettes, but because you have to turn it over every 45 minutes, literally one every hour for 4 hours. It made me get up every hour because otherwise I wouldn't get out of bed. Like I got dressed especially for you.
Oh, thank you so much. We feel so.
So making bread helps, and then I've been doing some flower arranging. So my flowers recently died, but I try flower arranging. Which is good. And then have you heard the TikTok craze with Just a Kid from Simple Plan?
I vaguely know of TikTok. I may look young, but old soul. So TikTok.
You look kind of fine.
Yeah.
You're supposed to share a photo with your kids, and this is me and my little brother when we were like tiny. So the part of the TikTok thing is you use the Simple Plan video to be like, "This is me now."
Okay. That's adorable.
My brother hates it. But I just share pictures of us two looking cute all the time because he's adorable.
Fortunately for my brothers, we're a bit too distanced at the moment, so like we can't do that. But one to remember for the family get together once we're
leave
outside.
it online because my brother's in Lichfield. His birthday on April the 1st, so it's not a joke. It's really his birthday. It was on April the 1st. So we sent a big thing in the mail. But then even you're like, are you allowed to send stuff in the mail? Will it kill someone? I don't know. So we like sanitized everything.
Yeah.
So we got these gaming t-shirts and they were very clean smelling, like bleach smelling, but they were clean.
But they're clean, which is the important part. And
we did not kill anyone.
You're all staying indoors. Again, another important part. We've got to flatten that curve. So, we talked about lockdown. We talked about beers in Royal Leamington Spa.
Thank
Gotta
you,
make
darling.
sure I get it right.
Oh, you do, darling. Have to.
Is there anyone else who you might want to give a shout out to in front of the Cyberfest audience? Anybody else who's deserving of a mention apart from your brother who was embarrassed?
Everyone! It's so cool. I love the random comments. Yeah. It's just so hilarious.
Yeah.
And I'm probably because I can't watch it because I'm on the thing. Yeah. So I'm probably going to get all these random comments. But everyone doing it is cool because this is such a good thing to have online cyber festivals. And with my friends, we're doing like an online camp out. We're going to camp under the stars and all like video. Awesome. And everything. Like even like chalk things. I've got a rainbow on my window. Yeah. Like shout out to everyone, man. We're all doing our own thing. Yeah. We've got the Guide Dogs for the Blind headquarters in our town. And bless the Guide Dogs are still working and helping people. Like no one has a day off. So it's really cool that we're just doing our bit around.
That sounds amazing, and especially love the camping across like Skype or Zoom or whatever it is. That sounds awesome. So,
but if you hear any like fires, because we're all lighting campfires, it wasn't me.
Yeah. So if you're in the Royal Leamington Spa area and you see the fire service going by, it's just it's a misunderstood Zoom meetup. That's what it is.
You got it, darling.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for joining Cyberfest 2020. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah.
And
love you.
We're going to go back to Rich for the next segment start. So thank you very much. Bye.
Bye.
Awesome. Thank you. I kind of get the feeling these customer segments are just going to get better and better as the evening goes on. Cheers. Okay, it's 20 past 8. The evening is wearing on. Thank you all for sticking with us. The numbers really have stayed pretty constant throughout the evening, so that's something to be thankful for. We've got another comedian next, so please give it a self-isolated big round of applause. Give it on up for the comic stylings of Robin Granger.
Hi Beer52 Cyberfest drinkers, hope you're having a good evening. I am also adopting your festival spirit. I've got my best floral kind of festival-y shirt on, but it is a lockdown, so I've also got my favourite slippers on. I'm Robin, I'm a stand-up comedian, and I'm going to tell you a bit about my lockdown experience. To be honest, lockdown has led me, a professional comedian, to have a lot of financial instability. My anxiety's through the roof. I miss gigs, I'm craving attention, and I'm eating really badly. So, to be honest, it's exactly the same as it was pre-lockdown. My BMI is through the roof. The B stood for biscuits, because I'm getting through a lot of Jaffa cakes, party of Friday day, I think. Apart from that, me and my girlfriend just living the lockdown life. You saw her just there, our little dog, Waffle. As you saw, she's a French bulldog, which is like an English bulldog, just arrogant, really. We have no idea still. We've had her a couple of years now, no idea what wine goes with pedigree chum. She still just spits out us every day. No, make it again. It's a tense life. The little bulldog. But that is part of the fun of lockdown, I've noticed, is having a dog. You get to go out and about in your government sanctioned walks. We stay in Edinburgh, so I walk the dog along the Water Leith. It's a nice stretch usually. I say usually because now, with lockdown, everyone thinks they're like Usain Bolt or Chris Hoy. Like everyone's running, everyone's cycling. Really not socially distancing enough, and there's a real difference because you get I don't mind the people really who are just being told they can only go out for an hour a day, so they've dusted off an old bike they found in the shed, they've got some old shoes they found in the back of their car and they've chucked them on and they've gone out to lose a bit of weight, get some exercise, do some cycling. It's the semi-professional cyclists who annoy me, the people who dress like a glow stick with an attitude problem and zoom past you at 18 miles an hour. It's difficult enough to socially distance when you've got a funny little dog like I've got. And also dogs do their business wherever they want. And I've had the dog a couple of years, and you'll know this, any dog owners, dog walkers out there, but when your dog does its business outside, not indoors anymore, not in your shoe, not in your handbag, outdoors, you have to act like it's won the world, don't you? So you'll often find me Water Leith in the rain of a morning, go, hey, well done Waffle, well done Waffle. But her name's Waffle, by the way. Funniest name you can name a thing. I'll be there going, well done Waffle, well done Waffle. And then as a dog owner, as a dog walker, you have to do the responsible thing. You have to pick up the business, don't you? And I'm quite absent-minded. I'll often forget the dog poo bags. So you'll see me down there with like an old Tesco bag, an old Lidl bag, something from the cupboard underneath the sink, and I'll be there praying to myself as I lean into Scottish weather and Scottish shrubs going, oh, please no holes, please no holes, please no holes today. And then you lean in and you pick it up and you're there. And it's a real mixture of emotion, isn't it? It's pride for what the dog's done its business outdoors, and it's disgust at what you're part of, going, oh no. So you're there going, well done Waffle, I'm going to be sick, well done Waffle, I'm going to be sick, well done Waffle, I'm going to be sick. It's the same mixture of emotion I've had recently in lockdown, is when you finish like a big tube of salt and vinegar Pringles in one go. You find yourself over the sink, don't you, catching your reflection in the tap or something, going, oh, I'm a legend, I'm going to be sick, I'm a legend, I think I'm the king of Pringles, I'm going to be sick. Anyway, so down the Water Leith, I've got the business in the broken bag. Waffle's there going, I just did my business. They're French Scottish bulldog. I did my business. The ginger giant is now going apeshit for no reason. And they're going, oh, I'm going to be sick, Waffle. Well done, Waffle. Stay there. I'll give you a treat. Well done. I'm going to be sick. And then suddenly, dog owners, dog walkers, you realise, don't you? That's cold. That's some other dog owner's dog's shit. What do you do in that moment? What do? You're there, that's like an undetonated hand grenade, isn't it? What do I do? Waffle, stay there, Waffle, what do I do? I'm going to be sick, I'm going to stay there, this isn't mine, it's cold, it's someone else. Why don't people pick up after their dogs? I'm going to be sick, what do I do? You throw at a cyclist. That's what you do. Anyway, make sure you hit one of those professional glow stick cyclists. Don't hit the part-time cyclists. It's the arrogant ones I don't really like. Natural enemy of the dog walker. It's a cyclist that takes him or herself too seriously, I've noticed. Anyway, that's a little bit from me. Hope you all have a really good evening, and enjoy yourselves, and stay safe, stay indoors as much as you can. Don't go outside if you don't have to, because you're helping to save lives and take the strain off the NHS and frontline services. So if you are staying safe and staying indoors, and also don't do anything daft. Don't think you're being wacky or crazy by like dyeing your hair a stupid color or giving yourself a DIY homemade haircut, because like they never end up well, do they? We all know that idiot. You've all got an idiot of a friend who does that, don't you? Oh, I'll shave my head, I can do it as well as the hairdresser. You cannot. It's always going to end badly. So yeah. Anyway, like I said, if you're staying indoors, keeping people safe, trying to have as much fun as you can, staying indoors, and hopefully this will all be over soon. So yeah, anyway, if you are staying safe and things like that, I do, from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much, and I take my hat off to all of you. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very, very much, Robin. We've got another brewery coming up. Next brewery is Gypsy Hill with their Suntrap Nipa, which I know some of you have already just fired into just of your own volition.
Angela, be paying special attention to this one, because this is the beer that you've been drinking. So,
I mean, what the hell?
Yeah, you can follow along with all the info.
We set all this stuff up for you people, but...
Remember, we do have actually a very special treat coming up after the Gypsy Hill video, and
a special treat,
the obligatory pub quiz question as well. Don't think we've forgotten about that.
Yeah,
we are actually going to be doing a live Q&A with Gypsy Hill. So what we want you to do is go into the comments section and type in some questions that you want to ask Gypsy Hill. You got a chance to ask one of the titans of the craft beer world, Gypsy Hill, what you want to know about their beers, their brewing, So just put them in the comments, and we'll pick some, and we'll use that as part of the live Q&A.
Okay, some ground rules on that.
Because there needs to be ground rules. It's the internet.
Yeah, you know who you are. No, they're not going to eat a plant, and no, they're not going to drink out of their shoe. All right, let's keep this sensible and serious. You know who you are. So what have we got now? Yes, it's another pub quiz question from Phil, right?
That is correct. And then we've got the video from Gypsy Hill, and then we'll be back with the live Q&A. So get those questions going.
Okay.
The next question, again concerning food and beer, goes a little something like this. The pangolin, known in culinary circles as the sentient artichoke, is one of the world's most trafficked mammals. What I want to know is, how many species of pangolin are there? That's right. This is where this all came from. People eating pangolins. Can you believe it? Shouldn't be eating bats or pangolins. That's just my dietary requirements. I don't know about you.
Welcome to the first Cyberfest, which is Beer52's online beer festival. Thanks for buying the boxes, thanks for supporting the festival. These are incredibly weird and difficult times for so many different people, particularly in the beer world. And for you guys and girls to be supporting the beer industry like this and craft beer is amazing. So Charlie and me first met each other in around November 2013. We were introduced by a mutual friend and got together to do a homebrew in his backyard. Charlie at the time was doing homebrew classes out of his kitchen and working part-time for 5 Points Brewery, who've remained great friends with us to this day. So that beer was Southpaw. That was the first time we made a recipe ourselves together, and it took us until about February to shake hands, decide to go at this thing together, and we then spent the next 4 or 5 months building out the brewery, bringing in Simon, who was our head brewer and is still with us today. And it was not until July that year that we actually opened our doors, made our first beer, and started selling casks to the public. So cask beer for us was something that we started out with really strongly. The local pub network supported us so much, and it was a fantastic beginning. And then about 18 months, 2 years after that, we'd moved in so that cask was about 30% of what we did, and everything else had begun to be kegs and bottles. Mainly kegs, just a little bit of bottles. But everything changed and we upgraded our bottling machine to something that didn't keep us at the brewery all night and that went a little bit quicker. That was when we were able to meaningfully get bottles out to bottle shops and different customers, restaurant groups, that kind of thing, and just scale up that small pack production a little bit. It was a really exciting time. But then eventually, even that bottling line became too small for us, and we faced a question of how are we going to grow from here? Oddly, what the solution from our bottling company was, we'll just get another bottling machine, put it right next door, and then you can go twice as fast. And it's not a terrible idea, but we decided that this was the time when we would double down and move into cans. It was late 2018, right? Or 17? I can't remember these days. I'm pretty sure it was 18. No, 17. 2017, end of 2017 is when we sold our old bottling machine, which is still in South London, making bottles for another brewery that's just up the road from us, and we brought in our canning line. At Gypsy Hill, we also started off by making a core range beer. Southpaw was our original. We slowly added Beanie, we slowly added Dissident, which is a porter, Hepcat, our session IPA, but all of those different beers took around also 18 months to stitch together. So in the first 18 months, 2 years of making beer, we'd really only actually made 4 or 5 different beers. In the following 2 or 3 years of making beer, we started to get up to 60 new beers a year. So we now release around 4 to 5 new beers every 4 weeks throughout the entire year, which is a really exciting place to be. So now by mid to late 2018, we're doing well with our cans and we're doing a lot of kegs and we've almost got no casks at all. It's really difficult to do casks in a way that was consistent with how we were trying to make beer at that time. No finings, really natural production cycle, a lot of dry hopping, these kind of processes. For us, we struggled to reconcile how we're making the kind of cask beer we wanted to make with keg beer and with canned beer, all alongside each other, all in the same brewery, all as part of the same production line. So because of that, cask beer fell off the side of the map for us, which is something that still hurts us a bit on the inside. We love cask beer, and as soon as we leave London or we're in a pub that we know is serving good cask beer, honestly, that's actually what we drink. But for us, from a production perspective, much easier to move into kegs and cans to really start to grow more in the direction we wanted. Alright, so who's ready to try some beers? Should we get stuck in? So the first beer we're going to try tonight is called Suntrap. It is this beer here, artwork by Eloise, who is a member of the LCAF network. This was part of our illustration tap takeover that we did as part of the last specials release. Our regular illustrator Marcus had a bit of time off, so we recruited some people that we've worked with before through LCAF to come in and take over the illustration work that's been done. So this is really a classic New England IPA at the end of the day. 6.5%. It's hopped with Brew 1 and Simcoe. So you've got an old school classic, really, along with a totally new school Brew 1, which normally provides bucket loads of pineapples and like really sweet tropical fruits. We use our house yeast, which is a Vermont strain, which gives out a lot of stone fruity esters as well, just to back all of that up. And it sits on a nice, big, thick, hazy grist that just provides a lot of body. There's not a lot of bitterness in this beer. It's a low bitterness beer. It's not hopped really in the kettle much at all. All of the bitterness that you can perceive is coming through the late additions in the whirlpool, as well as the dry hops that are going into the tank on the cold side. So I should also say that lady on the front there is called Ruth. She works in our tap room. She's been with us for about a year, and she's great. So should we crack into it? wait for you guys to keep up with me, right? Because you're doing this at the same time. So pours, pretty thick, really light coloured, pale strawy but opaque colour. You can already get the wafting smells through the air that are just sweet fruits, like sherbety pineapple. It's really nice. There's some tropical elements in there too, and just like a bit of the dankness that comes through from the Simcoe. Simcoe's one of those hops that people use the cat pissy thing with as well. Sort of like dark alleyway cat piss stuff, which is actually nicer than it sounds when you just say it like that. The mix of that sweet tropicalness and that sort of cat piss, slightly piney dankness is really lush, especially when it's bound together with the Vermont yeast strain, which is kicking out those nice fruity esters. So, cheers. So big thick mouthfeel, goes down super easy. It's so smooth. There is almost no real residual bitterness there at all. It is just all full, hot flavour, in your face, mouth coating. Don't really get a sense of the 6.5% ABV that it is. It goes down just so easily. If you're thirsty or if this is one of your first beers of the night, I can imagine it not lasting that long, but that's okay.
Some of you might be thinking, I didn't even know there was more than one species of pangolin. Well, that's what we're here for, to entertain and educate. So, the answer to the question, how many species of pangolin are there, is 8. There are 8 species of pangolin. 4 African, 4 Asian.
All right, brilliant. Thank you very much indeed, Sam. So yeah, we have just as a reminder, we have a Q&A with Sam coming up in a few minutes. So keep sending in your questions, and we will put them to him, whatever they may be. Up next, I think we got our last comedian of the evening. Is that right?
We certainly have a comedian coming up, Rich. Do you want to give him a wee intro?
Okay. All right, Doug.
I'm passing it over to you, Rich. I've lost the plot. I'm staring at the camera right now at a blank wall. It's all going crazy over here.
Okay, well, it might be our last comedian of the evening. I think it is. It's the fabulous Jojo Sutherland.
Excellent.
Hello. Welcome Beer52 Cyberfest drinkers. I am coming live to you from my living room. Dead flowers in the background. Don't say I don't make an effort. Getting to grips with all the technology, that's been a bit of a struggle for me. I live in a house with 3 other people who don't even let me use the remote because I can't be trusted. That's a bit difficult. I have been getting to grips, or I've tried to get to grips. My 17-year-old daughter, I've got a 17-year-old daughter called Finn because, well, I wanted a boy. I've changed her name now to Finn Laden because she needs shooting. Don't judge me, you haven't met her, all right? Genuinely, I asked her if she'd show me how to use TikTok. Have you heard of TikTok? And I wanted to use it because apparently that's what all the cool kids are doing. And my daughter immediately told me that I was too old. So that was nice. But then I mentioned to her that Monica from Friends is on TikTok, to which she replied, yeah, but you don't look anything like Monica. Harsh. So I'm not on TikTok. Apparently I'm not cool enough. Who knew? Oh, but I am going to have my birthday in lockdown. So, well, I thought I was going to be sad about that, but it turns out, actually, because the best thing about birthdays is Facebook, and everybody is on Facebook. So, when you get up in the morning, because you go and you check all your Facebook messages to see how many people have, wished you a happy birthday. I mean, I don't look who they're from. I just count them. It's like 56, 57, 58. I've got more friends than that, but not everybody always comments on Facebook, so it better be different this year. So, you know, you do all that, and then you have to wait all day, and then you get to the end of the day, and you do your old soppy, oh, thank you for all my birthday messages. I feel so touched and loved, and bleh. So, and then you get another raft of people.com going, oh, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. And that's nothing much more exciting than that, is it? It's usually just happy birthday, have a good one. Blah. Last year, for my birthday, when I'd had all my Facebook messages, and at the end of the day I went in and said thank you for all my Facebook messages. A little bit bittersweet this year because it marks the year that my mum has been dead longer than I knew her, which I know. 240 likes, more than I got for my birthday. Hashtag just saying. So I put that up. And then it was nice, actually. You know the way people are. People are nice sometimes. Just like, oh, babes and love hearts and private messages. Somebody actually came to my house and gave me flowers, which was a little bit awkward. A little bit awkward when my mum put a question mark on my Facebook page. So no sense of humour. And I know we need to have a sense of humour, don't we? We need to have a sense of humour, particularly at this time when we're all locked down and screaming at each other. What, you're not screaming at your children? Please tell me you're screaming at your children if you have children. Otherwise, it's just weird if you're screaming at other people's children, although I'm tempted. My kids, I've got 4 kids. I think having kids is a bit like drinking. You know, when you have one too many. I should have stopped at 3. Kids, obviously, not drinks. And I do like them. Well, not all the time, not at the same time. You know you shouldn't have favourites, but I do. Don't tell them, but I definitely do. My eldest is my favourite. I love him. He's totally my favourite because he's left home. Although I keep up with him on Facebook, that's great. It's always good to know what he's up to. Well, obviously I know what he's up to at the moment, but normally I keep up with him on Facebook to just see what he's at. And I mean, he doesn't know I'm on Facebook. Yeah. He thinks I'm 19 and called Lucy. Yeah. On Twitter, I'm called Michael. I'm 21 and I'm in a band. My kids think I don't know anything. I know everything. It's a really good way to become a spy. It's a bit more difficult when I'm in the house on my own, stuck, but hey-ho. Look, I'm going to love you and leave you. Enjoy your beer. Love me or hate me. I've been Jojo Sutherland. You've got to have a Marmite mug in life. If you don't like Marmite, then there is seriously something wrong with you and you need to have a serious word with yourself. So hopefully we'll see you on the other side. Enjoy your beer. Have a good night. Take care.
Bit of a change of scene and for Rich as well. Up next, we have the live Q&A with Gypsy Hill Brewing. So we're just going to get connected to that call, maybe ask some of the questions that you've been leaving in the comments and maybe a few extras as well. So I believe we're ready to go. I'm just looking for the signal. We are indeed ready. So enjoy the Q&A.
Hello.
Hey Sam, how you doing?
I'm not bad, man. How are you?
Yeah, pretty good, pretty good. We're well into.
Yeah, has it all been going okay? Hello? Can you hear me? I've lost you. I can't hear you. I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything.
All right, can you hear me now, Doug?
I got you. I got you. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, Sam.
Hey.
How you doing?
Good, man. Good. Thank you.
Good. I think it's because Doug's been doing these calls all evening. His mic was set up for the Skype account, so we're back. Sorry about that, everyone.
Nice.
How are you enjoying lockdown?
Yeah. I mean, lockdown feels a lot like normal life in a number of different ways, to be honest. You know, I'm still at the brewery basically every day.
Right.
Because, you know, key workers, right?
Yeah, apparently so. How did you swing that?
You know, it's thanks to your overwhelming support that we have to keep making our beers, right?
Yeah, well, I'm very glad you can. I mean, that's we all need beer at a time like this.
We do.
I'm being handed questions live that are coming in over YouTube, so we should probably just crack on with that if that's okay.
Yeah, go for it. So we now live on YouTube.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, and all that technical stuff where it's just me and you saying, "Can you hear me?" No,
Yeah.
that was all live.
Okay, great.
So the first question we had is, who are the people on the cans? That's a good one for you.
Yeah, the cat. So we did 3 beers when we first started: Southpaw, Beatnik, and Dissident. There were 3 founders really of the brewery: Simon, Charlie, myself.
Yep.
Then we came to make our 4th beer, and we were like, well, shit, who? we're out of people. So that was Marcus, who's our designer, who's been with us from the beginning as well. And the short answer to your question is they are all people from the brewery or the people we collaborate with. So
great.
Overkill was a beer we did with War Pigs out in Copenhagen, and that's Philip on the front of that, who's the head brewer there. He used to work for us at Gypsy Hill just for a short time, and it's great doing the collabs and getting the partners on the label, and it's also fun for everyone who works for Gypsy Hill to get their face on a label as well.
Yeah. Has anyone been like really massively unhappy with how they've been portrayed on the label?
Yeah, there've been a couple that have gone through a couple of drafts.
Okay.
There's a few people who just had to take their illustrations on the chin. At the end of the day, you can't run from the truth,
Exactly. The illustrator doesn't lie.
Exactly.
All right. Okay. Well, leading on from that, what's been your favourite collaboration and why?
Damn.
Yeah.
Well done. I mean, last year was mental for collaborations. I forget my exact count now, but I think it was at least, if not in the high 30s, the early 40s. So yeah, it was a big year for him. I think my favourite is for completely selfish reasons. I got to go to San Sebastian for a long weekend on my own and leave my wife and children behind and go and see my friends Batsland and have a long weekend with them, and that stands out purely from a selfish perspective.
A great brewery as well.
Great brewery too, yeah, indeed they are. Yeah. So Cosmo had just moved over there. He was a senior brewer at Beavertown before.
Yes, indeed.
So he sort of helped put that together. It was nice to see him in his first couple of weeks at Batsland.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, the struggle is real. God. We keep being told what a hard job you guys have.
Well, it stands out because that was more glamorous than most of them are.
I don't believe you for a second, mate. Okay, Sam, who inspires you?
Who inspires me?
Yeah.
In general?
After that last story, I think the correct answer is your wife and kids.
My wife's the constant source of inspiration. That is true. I told her Spanish family to log in and see this madness unfolding for themselves. So I don't know if they're out there or not, but if they are, hola chicos, un abrazo. Yeah, she's a constant source of inspiration. I mean, in the beer world, we've got there are lots of people who are doing it. It's funny, it's changed, to be honest, it's changed over time. When you first start, it's anyone who's keeping their nose above water.
Yeah.
And then as you establish, you're like people who are really doing it right. I'll never forget one of my first ever beer festivals. It was actually more of like a trade show. And I was talking to this guy, he had a big German accent, and I'm like, we just made our first beatnik. And so we were 4 or 5 months in, and I was clearly all over the place because I, just started a brewery and it'd just been nonstop. And he was like, yeah, this beer is okay, it's okay, a bit, it's fine. How long have you been brewing? I'm like, 5 months. How about you? How long have you been brewing? I'm a 5th generation.
It's not a competition, mate.
Oh man, that's just insane. You're, the amount that you are ahead of us is just ridiculous. So, You know, that was Stefan from Marsbrow, who we just done a collaboration with, which was Gruff, which is one of the beers I'm proudest of. It's absolutely delicious. It's a red Maibach, and it's just
great.
yeah, so it's fun how this stuff can come around, but yeah.
Okay.
You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic. All right. Final question then comes from Garden Brewery.
Oh yeah.
Who just emailed us.
David?
They're saying, when are we going to do another collaboration?
Mate, well, if it wasn't for this lockdown, then I'm sure it'd be done already.
Sounds like an excuse.
Yeah. No, I mean we should get that on the cards. That would be nice. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
All
Summertime trip. That sounds fun.
Brilliant. All right. Well, thanks very much indeed, Sam. And you know, enjoy the rest of your evening. And thank you so much for this fantastic beer, which I'm enjoying right now. Suntrap.
Always.
Thanks.
Just before we go, can I make a plug for the Buy the NHS a Pint program that we've got going, which we've got 10 breweries together on www.buythenhsapint, and if you go there, you can donate £5 to whatever region you want, and an NHS worker can cash that in at a bar tab in a local tap room to them once lockdown is over. So
what a great idea.
That's the link. It's a pay it forward scheme. So you put the money in and we'll make sure that an NHS worker gets a pint of beer at the end of lockdown. It's a nice thing for them. They obviously deserve it.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. God bless the NHS, eh?
Indeed, yeah.
And let's all remember that once this crisis is over as well.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
All right. Thanks a lot, Sam. That's a lovely thought to end on, mate.
Yeah, no worries.
Cheers. All right. Good night.
Good night.
All right, thank you very much, Mika. We've got this is after we started the show, but you've all, some of you have seen the Les Mis family on YouTube doing their amazing rendition of One More Day. The Marshes down in Kent. They've changed the lyrics to be like all kind of pandemic-y, and it's hilarious. And it was kind of doing the rounds earlier in the week. Anyway, we got in touch with Ben Marsh, who is the dad in that family, and asked if he could record a message for us. He's understandably they're trying to kind of keep the kids away from the limelight a little bit since this all went viral. But Ben very, very kindly recorded a short message for all the Cyberfest viewers. So here he is.
Hi, Cyberfest friends and fellow beer drinkers. I'm Ben, the dad from the viral One Day More video, and I just want to send out some love and some best wishes. I wish I was drinking proper beer like all of you. I used to brew my own, but the water down here in Kent isn't as good as it was up in Scotland, so I've fallen back on Left Blonde, which is the bottle I'd emptied by the time we finished our recording. Hope everyone's getting the best kind of home delivery and enjoying one beer more, and see you on the other side of the virus. Take care.
Thank you very, very, very much indeed, Ben. We didn't expect to get him on, but that's it's awesome that he did that for us. Doug, what's next?
Well, next up, before we get to next up, I just want to say, Les Mis, close to the heart. We love it, and that video that they did was amazing.
Do you hear the people sing?
Singing the song
of angry men. Yeah.
I do really like. Unprompted, I will go into all of Les Mis.
Oh yeah.
Maybe for after. Maybe that's the after show stream somewhere in my own mind.
And we should not look at the comments for the rest of the night. I think after
not,
that.
No. But next up, we do have Northern Monk. I believe, is
brilliant.
The next video. So I've been a huge fan of Northern Monk for ages. Rich, I know that you're a big fan as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, all of their beers are fantastic. Patrons Project in particular, you know, they just can do no wrong.
Absolutely. Well, let's check out a little video from them, and then we'll come back and see what else we've got in store for you guys.
Sweet.
Film and television. The first question concerns Irish funny man Chris O'Dowd, star of such titles as The IT Crowd or Bridesmaids. And what I'd like to know is, before becoming a successful actor, Chris O'Dowd worked in a call centre. What kind of call centre was it? Was it taking broadband sales? Was it B, a charity for endangered animals? Or was it C, a Lonely Hearts hotline?
Good evening. Well, Friday night Cyberfest. Hope everyone's enjoying some good beers tonight and settled in for another night indoors. My name is Brian. I'm the head brewer at Northern Monk here in Leeds, and tonight I'll be talking you through the Doomsday Disco, part of our Patrons Project series, collaboration with Leeds creatives Lord Withnail, and this is a rainbow sherbet inspired fruity IPA, which we will a little more of. Hope everyone's got some nice appropriate glassware on the go. I don't know if for people that haven't encountered our Patrons products before, we like to work with local creatives, northern creatives, be it photographers, graffiti artists, musicians. We've done culinary creations with local restaurants and food producers and so on. And so which brings us to Lord Withnail. And so if you haven't encountered these labels before, be sure to find the little peel here sign. You're missing out on a world of information on the inside, which will talk you through the end of Queer Project, which is the reason we brewed this beer. And obviously some tasting notes from yours truly, waffling away, and a whole load more. This was meant to be the beer to sort of launch Lord Withnail's new theatre show at the Leeds International Festival in the coming weeks, which, like everything else right now, has unfortunately been cancelled due to COVID-19. But we brewed the beer nonetheless. It was a great opportunity, nice creative opportunity to work with these guys. And it's a great project and a great cause, and this beer will be raising money for some LGBTQ charities down the line as well. So we're not letting the virus stop us doing some creative beers. We'll keep them, as long as people are drinking beer, we'll keep them rolling. As I say, this is a Rainbow Sherbet IPA. We love playing on experiences, playing on memories. You think of your favourite desserts, candies as a kid, and we think of beer as more than just a drink. It should be an experience. You think like just the labels themselves. It reminds me of as a kid buying CDs and getting on the bus home, and before you've even got home, you've opened them up, you've found the booklet, you're reading the lyrics, reading about the band, looking at the pictures. Before you've even got home, before you get to the main event of listening to it, you've had an experience with this product. And I think Baker did the same. You think about what your favourite beer is, and it's not just like, it's the nicest tasting beer I've had. There's a story behind it. There's a memory of it, whether it's the bottle share, you've discovered it at the pub, but you can put I'm almost certain you can remember the first time you had that beer, and you can remember, you remember how it made you feel. You can remember why you love it. And it's not often just the biggest, tastiest beer that's your favourite. It's often it's one that introduced you to beer, or it's the one that was on in your favourite pub, or there's more to beer than just the liquid itself, and we love to play with that idea. So this beer is inspired by Rainbow Sherbet. It's a fruity IPA with mango, pineapple, and raspberry in it. Citra mosaic hops, and all kinds of good stuff. Sort of New England style milkshake IPA, as they're called. So if you haven't encountered New England before, it's a style from the river in New England and the east coast of the US, so sort of around Vermont, Maine, Boston, down to New York. Heavy volumes of wheat and oats and grist, which are in there to really boost the mouthfeel, make it for a really soft, cloud-like liquid, which really soft, fruity hop aromas can float. And with it comes a haze from the high protein content of these malts. This is added to this beer with all the extra pectins that are added from the fruit puree we include in this beer, which makes this opaque appearance. Wonderfully sort of soft peachy colour to it, which is largely the raspberry contribution. Raspberry never contributes quite that same pink character you perhaps expected to, unless you really go to town. It's very much heads in this nice sort of peach territory. Hopped with Citra and Mosaic, pretty classic tropical combo, can't really go too wrong. Just to accentuate the fruit flavours really, the hops aren't the most dominant flavour here. And then we did add some rainbow sherbet to it as well. Because yeah, why not? So yeah, on the aroma, yeah, definitely get a sherbety element. I think you can sort of think of, not just like sherbet itself, but you think of things like Starburst and those kind of childhood sweets. You get that. You definitely get that. So we've used real fruit in this beer, and there's that lovely float between the sherbety. I guess a lot of fruits don't actually taste and smell like you imagine. I think sort of sherbet leads you in that direction of like a sort of semi-artificial sweet sort of fruit salad kind of aroma. And then you've got definitely get a bit of pineapple there, like pineapple's a very volatile aroma. We add it as late kind of fermentation. We still need sugars to ferment, but we want to keep those aromas in the beer as best we can. So you always treat them like hops. A lot of flavour and aroma is in these sugars, and you have to ferment the sugars, but you try and keep as many of these aromatic flavours and compounds in as you can as part of the process. So yeah, loads of pineapple there, touch of mango at the back. Also like stone taste as well. I think you'd expect from a beer dry hop with Citra. And then up front again, big sherbet punch, and then that's when the raspberry really starts to come through. Lower pH, a bit tartar than the other fruits we've used here, and that comes through right at the front, really cuts through, and I think that helps. I think it's very easy to have a very cloying, very sweet beer when you're working with oats, wheat, lactose, some very sweet tropical fruits. It's nice to have that element which cuts through, and you go low bitterness in this style. The bitterness of hops doesn't really work, but a bit of fruity tartness works. Like passion fruit is good for that as well. You see a lot of tropical IPAs with there's a mango and then just a little bit of passion fruit, which can easily dominate, but yeah, it really helps add another dimension and cut through some of the sweetness. And then yeah, you get the pineapple coming through. But hot bite, mosaic can add some savoury elements which I think come through a little bit at the back end, so almost like a green onion thing. But then yeah, it's really lingering, just that lingering sherbety character. It's kind of cool. A lot of fun. So yeah, we love putting all these little ideas together. We've done sticky toffee puddings. We've done we've done like chocolate brownies. You see, you have seen on social media. We've done jamboree pulleys and Sunday roast dinners this week. Yeah, trust me, yeah, the brownie tastes pretty good. Trust me. And I love the umami element. It works well in the style. Yeah, it's a nice fun beer. So if you haven't carried our patrons beers before, these are our creative outlet. This is where we can really go to town, whether it's on hopping rates or ABVs or just trying out new techniques, trying out interesting new fruits, or just going absolutely crazy. So I say we work with all kinds of different creatives, and there's often the theme to the series. Like we worked with Phil Runner and did some low ABV beers that sort of defied, drank bigger than their ABV, which is a Brewers really nice challenge, trying to build in body. We've done series with just lagers. We're working on a single hop IPA series right now with a textile artist called Laura Slater. And then yeah, like Lord Whitney are absolutely, they're hugely in demand around Leeds, which obviously very busy, hard to tie them down for a project. But they also have a very immersive sensory experience to what they do. And like the first beer we did with them was nearly 2 years ago, and that was a rhubarb sour, forced rhubarb sour, and inspired by forced rhubarb itself, which grows basically in near darkness, and yeah, it grows so fast you can actually hear it growing. You can hear the crunch and the pop as it extends at high speed. And so yeah, we added little sachets of popping candy to the bottom of each can, so you can add a bit of pop and crackle to your rhubarb. And so yeah, that kind of just a bit gimmicky for sure, but it's nice, it's fun, it's something different, and adds, we like to hope you have a smile on your face when you're drinking some beer. So yeah, what we say, we try and do at least 7 beers in each series. We work with all kinds of different artists, and plenty more to come on this one. But yeah, do keep an eye out for The End is Queer when things return to normal. I don't doubt that it'll be a hell of a show with Lord Whitney involved. But yeah, I'll leave you guys to enjoy your beers. Hope you have a good Friday night. And yeah, I hope you're enjoying the Doomsday Disco. If you're around for the Saturday night box, then you'll see my mug again. Drinking another Patrons project. The Dreamline form's free. A Sabro led IPA. So I may see you tomorrow night. Cheers.
Hello. Yes, it is Chris O'Dowd. Yes, it is weird. Greetings, Cyberfest beer drinkers. I hope that your quiz is going well. I believe I am the answer, which is what I've been telling my wife for a long time. I would like to pass on my congratulations for all the delicious craft beers you've been involved in. I have been involved in them also on the drinking side, and I appreciate the work that you've put in. I hear that I am an answer in your quiz about the time that I worked for a charity call centre in central London, where my job was that I was on the endangered species thing. We were working for the WWF, not the wrestlers. And we were struggling to get people to commit to giving money to help endangered newts. So during a particularly slow day of fundraising, I started telling people that we were making money for the tiger swan, a very rare breed of swan with the plumage of a Bengal. People were surprised that they hadn't heard it, to which I replied, well, they're fucking endangered. Probably without the expletive at the time, but I think it adds an extra grit to the lie. I hope this helped. Loads of love. Be well.
Well, we're back here in the Beer52 offices. Rich, how are you doing?
Great.
Sounded a bit terse there. I did see Rich oddly walking around earlier, but I can't see him now, so I'm going to assume that everything's fine with Rich and he's not gone down to the depths of madness there.
Give the people what they want.
You put a shoe on your head.
That's what they said. Give the people what they want. This is what you wanted, right? You wanted this.
Just remember that. You did this to him. So, Rich, how have you been keeping, over the past wee while? I realise we haven't had a chance to kind of catch up and catch in.
No, absolutely. And this is weird because, normally we do the podcast together and we'd be all over each other, frankly. But now we're having to sit in separate rooms.
Nobody needs to see that.
Doesn't feel right, Doug. Doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
But no, I've been keeping well. Thank you.
That's good.
Got a quarantine haircut the other day, and I've been making sourdough like like everyone else.
See, I've been doing something different. I got into porridge in a big way.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's been my quarantine food thing. Scottish people, I know, I've got the heritage. I do know that you're meant to have it with salt, but I like flavour. So I've been doing mine with honey and blueberries, or like cinnamon sugar and bananas. It's honestly, this is my gift to the world.
That's Doug. I'm sorry, mate. That's cheating.
It's not cheating.
It really is.
How is it cheating?
Because you're just putting other things in the porridge to hide the taste of porridge.
Listen, it all adds together and it makes it just a wonderful breakfast and it fills you for the day. It's great.
You can have all of those things without the oats.
Yeah, but this way I get to say that I'm getting into porridge in a big way, and that makes me sound a bit more sophisticated than I actually am.
Oh, sourdough. Oh no, I'm into porridge.
Yeah, sourdough's so march.
I was given my porridge game at the moment is particularly exciting because I was given a bottle of maple syrup that was aged in a sherry cask.
Oh, very nice.
From the Vale in Richmond, Virginia, where we were recently, and I only have like maybe a tablespoon of it left, and I'm worried I can't go back.
Hoarding it like gold.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I feel like I deserve everyone's sympathy.
Yeah, I tell you what though, in terms of lockdown things and hoarding onto stuff, I have been getting into something else in a big way, and that is like podcasts and TV series and stuff. We've mentioned the documentary that's been doing the rounds recently, but Rich, what have you been getting into besides putting a shoe on your head for lockdown?
Well, I watched the first episode of the new series of Killing Eve.
Oh, excellent!
The other night, which was fantastic.
Yeah.
If you've not watched that yet, it's well worth it. But I actually had to go back and watch the final couple of episodes of the last season because I was a little bit lost.
But other than that, sourdough. I've been cycling a lot. Doing these things, I felt like I was being really interesting. But now saying them in front of 2,000 people, not so much.
Just a bit weird, yeah.
It's not so much.
But I mean, it is a strange time that we're living through, and I feel like we just need to, take a moment and recognize that the whole reason we're doing this thing is because of lockdown and the COVID-19 and everything. So I realize I'm just giving it like a definite article, like that's a weird way to say it. But yeah, it is a strange time to be alive. I don't think a lot of us will remember a time when it was anything close to like what we're doing just now. And so it's nice to hear when people are doing like, making sourdough or doing cycling or getting into porridge in a big way. I've been listening to a friend's podcast. Shout out to Gareth Much. Too Much Information. Look it up. It's very, very funny. And that's been getting me through the mornings when I'm answering emails and doing that kind of thing, working from home. Because everyone at Beer52 is actually working from home. We came in especially to do this. So we're still keeping the requisite distances apart, but yeah, it feels weird being in an office which is mostly empty except for a camera and a blank wall and a clock that's not telling the right time.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Rich.
No, I was just going to say it's been really interesting, like putting the magazine together, and phoning brewers who are in the same situation as we are, and obviously there's not a lot of like original photography that we have to draw on really because we can't send photographers out. But it has been. We've just finished working on issue 53, which we mentioned earlier, which is the Beer for Good issue, and it really has been quite heartwarming to see how everyone's reacted to the crisis, and really how we set out to, before all this happened, we set out to show what a caring community the craft community was, and frankly, the way everyone's responded to this, that's all you need to know. Yeah. People really want each other to succeed. They want each other to be okay, and it's been it's actually been genuinely moving to hear some of the stories of the great things that have been happening out there.
Yeah. I mean, Rich, your daytime kind of occupation when you're not being a wonderful host of a cyber beer festival is that you work. You're the editor of them, and I work in customer service for Beer52. So I probably talked to at least some of you members out there, and yeah, the response to this kind of crisis has been very, very heartwarming for us over at CS. A lot of understanding responses and checking in. Everyone started signing the messages off with "Stay safe," which I find just lovely. It's always nice to see craft beer community coming out and really supporting one another. Even when you're not making the beer, you're just telling people how they can fix any problems that they might have or any questions that they might have.
It's funny, isn't it? That standard email opening of "I hope you're well" suddenly takes on
so much meaning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really hope you're well.
Yeah, I really do. I really do hope you're all well. I hope everyone watching this is well, and they've not, descended into the pit of madness that we also find ourselves in.
Yes.
As we try and host this thing. I think it's going well. I can't see Rich's face, so the conversation's a bit weird, but I think it's going well, Rich. Would you agree?
I think it is, Doug. I'd love to stick my head around the corner, but I can't move because of the shoe.
Yeah, it's not allowed. It's not allowed. You've got to keep that shoe on your head.
Anyway, so we have 2 more breweries.
Yeah.
2 more breweries coming up. The first of which is the lovely Siren. I know we're not allowed to have favourites, but I think from the ones I've tasted, this next beer is probably my pick of the night. I'm probably not supposed to say that, but I really like it. It's a Siren collab with Verdant. And Doug, have you tried this one?
I don't think I have. I'm currently on the Buxton beer that got recommended earlier by our man who is on the right side of 29. Let's put it that way. So yeah, I'm looking forward to giving it a try later tonight after the stream is done and I can finally relax.
Are you not relaxed now?
I'm very much television relaxed. Like a duck on water, Richard. Like a duck on water.
All right, brilliant. Do we need to bimble any more, or should we head on over to Siren?
I think we've spraffed on enough. I feel like we need to give the people what they want, and that is a video of Siren.
Doug, I have not spraffed. I don't know what you're doing over there, but there is no spraffing here.
This is expert journalism.
Who said there is an ancient Celtic axiom which states, good people drink good beer? Just look around you in any public bar room and you will quickly see that bad people drink bad beer. It's a good quote. Those Celts really know a thing or two about drinking beer and hanging out in bars.
Hey folks, welcome to a social distancing tasting. Joined here by Matt.
Hi.
Who are you, Matt? What do you do here?
So my name's Matt. I am the events and retail manager at Sutherland Craft Brew. I've been here about a month now, so still pretty new.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm Tim. I run the social media and make the content, and I've been here about 2 years. So right, Grand Designs. Shall we have a taste?
Yeah, let's do it.
Good times. So this was canned yesterday. The date today is the 9th of April. So this was canned on the 8th of April. This is an 8.2% red IPA, brewed in collaboration with the lovely folks from Vibrant Forests. First impressions, Matt?
Yeah, it's a really, really deep red colour, isn't it?
It is.
Quite murky. But hold it up to the light and you can really see that colour coming through.
Yeah, if you do hold up to the light, and if you shine a torch through it or hold up to sunlight, it actually goes bright red, I noticed yesterday.
Yeah.
But as it is, it's kind of that sort of deep red. It's pretty good, pretty nice looking. I was about to say it smells like hand sanitizer, but I realised that.
You can really smell the strength on it.
I think you can actually, yeah. But there's also a real fruity note to it as well.
Yeah, lots of tropical fruits coming through.
Yeah.
Even the malts as well, you can really smell kind of the richness, I guess.
So I think classically red IPAs, that's sort of more, looking back at Liquid Mistress, etc., is more on that sort of malty biscuit base.
Definitely.
And I think the sort of new red IPAs we've been doing are far more sort of hop-led.
Yeah, this has got quite a lot of hops in it, definitely.
I tell you what, I'm not actually a double IPA fan or an Imperial IPA fan that much, but that doesn't taste like 8.2%.
No, you wouldn't guess it. You get all the strength that comes from the malts and the hops. You get lots of flavour, bags of flavour. Not necessarily the alcohol. Although having said that, you can tell that it is a strong beer, it's a big beer.
Yeah. Tasting notes wise, what are you saying?
There's a lot going on there, isn't there?
There is a lot going on.
Wow. There's a lot of malt there, there's a lot of kind of caramel, toffee going on, bitterness. But also you get the sweetness from the malts as well, which balances out quite nicely.
Yeah.
And those hops really come through.
Yeah, they do.
Lots of tropical fruits coming through.
So it's hopped with Centennial, Amarillo, Mosaic, and Eldorado. So nice big punchy hop hit. I definitely get the sort of raisins aspect of it as well, but maybe like the sweeter side of raisins. And you do get some really nice sort of classic fruity IPA taste as well.
Yeah, it's bold. It's a big beer.
It's got
lots and lots of flavours.
yeah, it's very drinkable though for 8.2%.
Dangerously so. Dangerously so.
It's delicious. Food pairing wise, what are you having with this?
I mean, it's big, so you're going to need something that's going to be big, that's going to be flavours, you know.
Yep.
Otherwise, you're just going to lose the foods.
Yep.
So I'd say match strength with strength in terms of alcohol, but also in terms of flavour.
Mm-hmm.
So I would go with, you know what, I'm really getting some big, dirty fries, spicy, dirty, loaded fries, just with the chilies and the cheese, with the salsa, all that kind of stuff going on.
Yeah, I think that would work.
But also, malts help balance out acidity. So if you want to go down that road, maybe some fish, maybe some spicy fish. So maybe like some seared kind of tuna, with some miso or something like that.
Yeah, I can see that.
Spicy, punchy, bold flavours that live up to that beer, but also you'll have the malts kind of balancing it out. They'll kind of they'll rather than contrast, they're gonna complement each other. Yeah, sure. How about you?
I don't think fish would have been my instant go-to, but I can kind of see that.
No.
I know yesterday Darren had one of these with some jerk chicken, and he said that sort of rubbed meat and the spices works really well.
I can see that. I can see the jerk chicken playing off nicely.
I'm a vegetarian, so I was going to say veggie chili, like a really big, rich chili sauce.
Yes.
Full of stuff, full of different flavours, different veggies.
Again,
but
lots
I think
of
it would add
flavours.
to it. I think it would it's almost like something you'd want to cook with, put in the chili.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, lots of flavours. Something with lots of different flavours and lots going on to kind of match that beer, that keeping big bold flavours.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Nice. All right, well, it's available now, guys, on the Siren website. So grab some while you can, because it's going to sell well.
Just look around you in any public barroom and you will quickly see the bad people drink bad beer was coined by none other than the gonzo journalist himself, Mr. Hunter S. Thompson. I'm sure you are aware of that.
All right.
How's it going, Rich? Are you okay?
I'm good, Doug. Yeah. There was a moment of uncertainty there, but it's passed.
Yeah.
It's passed. I'm fine. So what did we all think of the Siren beer? That was pretty awesome, eh? Juicy and lovely. So we've got the final quiz question coming up. We've got a video from Tuol with your final beer of the night. Doug, do we have the answer to the latest quiz question?
We do indeed. We have a winner for the last question, and I'm going to just blanket apology right now if I mispronounce this. Abanaya Eshill. So well done. It was a very tough question to answer, and you've won a box of beer. So that's going to be on its way to you once we get all the details kind of ironed out over the email. And well done to everyone who's been answering all the questions, by the way. I had a look at some of them previously, and they are just very weird and wonderful and diverse. Like, it's a properly hard pub quiz. Like, there's...
Doug, sorry, mate. I've just remembered we forgot to read out one of the winners.
Did we?
We did. I had it here. Where's it gone? It was the pangolin question.
The pangolin question?
Yeah. Courtney Rodder, that's it.
There we go. A voice from the ether.
Yeah, thank you. Courtney Rodder knew how many species of pangolin there were.
There's more than one.
Which makes me think and she got it right.
Yeah.
She got it right, which makes me think two things. Courtney Rodder, you are either an expert in like some sort of pangolin lecturer, you've done your PhD in pangolins or something, or you're a liar.
I mean, I choose to believe in the good in people. I would say pangolin expert. That's my vote.
Well, Courtney Rodder, get in touch, share your credentials with us, because otherwise, I hate to say it, I think you Googled it.
You're going to get like an email now, and it's just going to be a picture of a pangolin saying, "I am Courtney."
I would frame that.
Yeah, never doubt the internet, Rich. That's all I'm saying. Just pangolins can be anything, including the correct answers of pub quizzes.
Well,
that
true.
makes sense.
Okay, before I slander anyone else, let's hear from Phil with the final question.
The final question.
Yeah. Remember when there's sport? Remember when people played sport? Oh, okay. Brings us on to a good question though. Which country has won the World Cup in football 5 times.
Hey guys, Emil from Tool here. I hope you all are well and safe at home. I'm currently at our brewpub Brewers in Copenhagen, and I hope you are sitting at home with a cold beer ready to drink. I will introduce and present Hibernate for you, which is appropriate name-wise for this these crazy times. Hibernate is actually cream ale, but brewed as a wheat beer. So it's a Hiber cross-breeded beer. Unfortunately, I couldn't go to our warehouse or get my hands on anything that has anything to do with Hibernate, so I do not have it physically here. So instead I got another beer which I will drink later on. So quickly to sum up the beer, it's a cream ale which is fermented a little differently than it's an ale acting like a pilsner kind of beer, and the wit style is the coriander and orange peel that is in Hibernate. So I hope you can pick up some of the aromas from there and some of the style, the more easy, lighter aspects of Hibernate, but also get that crispiness from the cream ale. I'm just going to crack open a beer for myself. I found a pilsner. Sorry for that, guys. We just brewed a 45 days lagered pilsner in our new brewery, so I gotta drink that. Some of you are gonna watch the other beer I'm presenting, then you might have seen a few pictures from down here, but I'm gonna show you anyway. The bar is right now closed and used for storage for the shop. But I don't know if you can see that. It's really bad camera ring from my side, sorry. But any case, we are closed down here and we are selling beers out from the shop. But therefore I'm really glad that you're buying beer from Beer52, because that is helping us and a lot of our other brewery friends to get through these crazy days. So thank you a lot for buying beers through Beer52 and keep supporting your local brewery as well. Cheers to that. Quickly, I'm gonna show you empty space and our 10 small heck brew kit, which has been a lot of fun for the past almost 4 years now. Right there, 10 heck, 10 fermenters, and 3 bright beer tanks. So everything that we are doing in our new brewery actually started down here as a small setup. We still believe it's a fairly big operation. It's 750 square meters, open kitchen, restaurant. Right now it looks like a malt bags here and so on, but open kitchen, doing fermented fries, kimchi and all that, next to a brewery, next to serving beers to, we have 150 seats in here, and an open shop as well. So that's been a huge, like crazy idea, but we did it and it's been a lot of fun. And now we're opening up a Tool City, which as well is a huge project, but it's already now a lot of fun. What we wanted with this place was to actually give people better beers, like brewed locally. There was nothing going on down here, so we tried to give people who had no idea of craft beer a good experience with whatever they liked. So we didn't try to go super crazy. We did a lot of hobby beers, and we're still doing a lot of hobby beers, but we also wanted to show that you can play around with different stuff, but the quality, if that's better, then you probably will like it, like a bigger chance that you like it. So from the brew kit over here, we have piping system going all the way up straight to the serving tanks, and then the serving tanks, that's where people get served. So it's actually more or less a tank sample that you're getting in the bar. We have now 6, and we have 2 or 4, I can't remember, they're moved, but 8 or 10 serving tanks down here right now, which holding 1,000 to 1,500 liters each. And it's just crazy to see such a big mix of people coming in, drinking, having a good time, without being a regular pub or bar. And that is actually one of our biggest goals, is to show that beer is actually for everybody. It's a good social experience, and you can have a good time drinking a good Pilsner, a good IPA, whatever you like. And I guess most of you can say yes to that. But I guess this is all for me right now. Sorry for not drinking Hibernate, but I hope we are soon done hibernating at home. And yeah, cheers and have a good night.
I think it was Scotland. Pretty sure Scotland have won the World Cup 5 times. But then again, I'm no good at football and don't really know anything about it. Again, Scottish. Okay, but I do know a man who's good at football and will definitely know the answer to this. Over to you, Roberto.
Olá a todos de Beer52, soy Roberto Carlos y de verdad nosotros somos 5 veces campeones del mundo, somos la selección que más ha ganado títulos y por eso que somos considerados la mejor selección del mundo. Entonces Brasil, 5 veces campeona del mundo. Un abrazo a todos, mucha suerte, chao.
Okay, so that's us at the end of the quiz for this year. Thank you very much for joining us. The first Phil Hall's Beer52 Cyberfest Lockdown Quiz 2020, part of the world's first online beer festival. The winner will be announced by Doug and Rich back in the studio. For everybody, please remember to stay home, protect the NHS and save lives. And I'll see you all very soon at a beer festival near you. Cheers, guys.
Awesome, brilliant. Okay, we are coming up to the end of this evening's festivities. I'm sorry to say, it's been really good fun. Thank you for all of you being such good sports, and the chat on Twitter and YouTube. It's been awesome. We have one final comedian for you tonight. I had a quick look at his set earlier, and it's pretty bleak. It's pretty bleak. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce the wonderful Seymour Mace.
So I fucking love avoiding people. I've been depressed for years. Proper depressed. I was diagnosed in 2011. The way you get diagnosed depression, you go to the doctors, you have to fill out a questionnaire, you have to rate between 1 and 10 how shit you feel about stuff. And if you get a high score, it means you're depressed. I got a fucking brilliant score. And the doctor was like, ooh, that's a good score. And I was like, get in! And she was like, steady on, took a couple of points back. Anyway, so I got diagnosed with depression and anxiety. Anxiety is the kind of thing where you go into a shop and you think everybody's looking at you, thinking, who's that cunt? So I thought I'd buy some mirrored sunglasses so I didn't have to make eye contact with people when I was out and about. But the mirrors are on the inside. Anyway, from my depression, I had to start going to see a counsellor, but he just wanted to talk about the regeneration of Newcastle's historic quayside. Wasn't his fault. He wasn't to know. He was the wrong kind of counsellor. Anyway, he was bang up for it. He had all the blueprints out on a big table, had a fucking whiteboard set up all ready to go. I felt shite, so I just went along with it. 2.5 hours I was there. Anyway, the upshot is the quayside is going to look lovely when it's finished, which did cheer me up a bit. So I'm going back next week to find out what he's got in store for the local parks. Anyway, moving on. This is it's a bit of a fucking weird gig. I'm probably down in my hole, but who knows? I could be fucking killing it. That's the weirdness of a weird situation. The best thing about it is I've got my fucking slippers on, and the worst thing is like not having an audience. It's a bit weird. It's a bit like trying to fucking. It's a bit like trying to have a wank without watching porn, where like you have to use your imagination, and I kind of fucking my imagination's shite. And anyway, I kind of do it with like famous people because I don't have the self-confidence, so I kind of keep it up. So I just have to imagine people in the local neighbourhood, and fucking hell, when you're in lockdown, it's difficult. So unfortunately, the couple who run the local fucking corner shop have been getting the brunt of it. So apologies to them if they happen to be watching. Anyway, one of the things that got us down about I just took up a new hobby for the lockdown coming out. I just started burgling for a hobby because I always wanted to be a burglar when I was a kid. I thought, fuck it, I'm not getting any younger. So I've got all the kit. I've got like a black and white stripy top and like a big bag with swag written on the side and a big black burglar mask. Never been stopped by the police. Weird. Anyway, and it's great. It's great fun breaking into people's houses without knowledge. It's a thrill, but I'm not a cunt. I don't like nicking stuff off people. So I have invented reverse burgling. Right, the way that it works, you just go to a charity shop and buy loads of shit you don't want, and then just like break into somebody's house and leave it in amongst all their bits of shit, and then fuck off like there's been nobody there. And if you do it with people you know, you can go back a couple of days later, it can be all like, is that a new vase? And they're like, it's what? Did we get that from your Auntie Ruth's funeral? It wasn't my Auntie Ruth's funeral, it was my Auntie Margaret's funeral. Well, that doesn't matter, it's not the point. Where do we get the vase? Maybe that is the point. I've only got the two fucking aunties, can't even remember which one's alive and which one's dead. Really? Do you know having this conversation? Well, maybe you should have this conversation now. You're gonna, whoa, hang on, you do know I don't exist. Like Tony, my imaginary friend, but he's self-isolating. Aren't you, Tony? Not there. Self-isolating. Anyway, here's a tip. If you've got a cat, you're getting a bit bored with it, just feed it dog food for a couple of months and it'll turn it to a dog, guaranteed. Equally, if you've got a dog and you're stupid enough to want it to be a cat, just do the reverse and the reverse will happen. Don't stop halfway, because that's where foxes come from. So it's about time for me to wrap up now. Got a wank booked in anyway, so no rest for the wicked. Anyway, enjoy your drink and see you. Probably not though. Avoid you sometime in the future. Bye.
Okay, fantastic. That is, that's it. That's it, guys. That's the end of the evening. Thank you so much for joining us. And Doug, you've got some people you need to thank and things that you want to say.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been a fantastic evening. We've had a good time, in case you couldn't tell. And I hope that you guys at home have also had a great time as well. We did get a winner for that final pub quiz question. I'm going to hear it on the ether just now. Antonio Zidek. Well done to you. The last winner of the evening for the pub quiz. Well done to everyone who took part. It's been great to see all the support, and it's been nice that we can give back a little with that. Something good that's come out of that as well is that I don't follow football. I'm going to get the name on the ether again. Who was the name of the footballer? Roberto Carlos. I've lost all street cred among the football fans among you, but Roberto Carlos.
Yes, Doug, because you had street cred to lose.
Yeah, I had none. Football, yeah. But yeah, Roberto Carlos did give his fee for doing this video to help, combat the coronavirus sort of pandemic. So that's like a nice wee thing that we can say we took part in, I guess. It's nice to see people coming together and helping out with that. But in all seriousness, this is sadly the last bit of the night. Press F to pay respects. Virtual Oz, whatever you want to do. But we have so many people to thank, and I think first and foremost we need to thank everyone who's taken part in tonight. Not just the brewers who all brewed fantastic beers that have all been delivered to you and you are enjoying at home as we speak, but also the people who join us on the Skype calls, the comedians as well, and all the behind-the-scenes players that were involved in the kind of the logistics of getting all the boxes to where they needed to be. So thank you to the warehouse team, and of course to the couriers as well, and to the guys here at Beer52 who have been, answering questions, helping people figure out what's going on with their orders, and generally kind of keeping the ship going. Rich, I know you had some behind-the-scenes people that you want to thank especially.
Oh yeah, so Pavel, our producer for the evening, has done an amazing job. I think we've aged him, but it's I think we overcame some early technical difficulties thanks to his quick thinking and calm head. Also, Siobhan Hewison, our editorial researcher. Who else? Oh, and Melissa Cole. Thank you so much again for sending in that video at such short notice. It was really kind of you. Buy Melissa's books; they are freaking awesome. The Little Book of Beer is one of hers, and the Beer Kitchen as well. They are they're really cracking books. So thanks, Melissa.
Yeah, and we want to just take this opportunity as well to thank people who weren't necessarily involved directly with Cyberfest, but who are nonetheless doing really important work right now. And that is all the NHS staff and all the key workers that are still showing up and keeping the country going. Despite all the obstacles getting put in their way, they are still there. They are still, keeping everyone, with help in the hospitals and also help in the supermarkets. It's just been something that needs to be said, I think, at every opportunity. The reason we're doing Cyberfest is because we can't have a beer festival. So everyone's staying at home. We hope that we can help you, stay indoors, stay socially distant at this time, so we can flatten that curve, make things easier on those key workers and the NHS staff. So I know that people are doing big claps for the NHS, and I think that, from our perspective, we just wanted to take some time and say thank you to, the doctors, the nurses, the hospital administration staff, and also the key workers as well, the people who stack shelves, the people who are transporting boxes and transporting food and all those kind of things that are necessary and vital for the operation of the country while we're all in lockdown. Bit serious, but it does need to be said that we are eternally grateful for that. And also, last but not least, we really want to thank you guys at home. A lot of you have stuck through from start to finish, which we are over the moon about. And we really do thank you for that. Honestly, from the bottom of our hearts, it makes this very much worth it. And hopefully we'll be able to get to do more stuff like this in the future. We do have another day of Cyberfest going on. So for those of you who are still here, who are also got tickets for Saturdays, and you've also got your beers waiting for Saturday's show, we do hope that you join us again and have a good time. Myself and Rich
Doug,
will be
sorry, mate. One other really important person we forgot to thank is Jolt, who did such an amazing job editing all the videos together for tonight. Sorry, I know I kind of broke your flow there, but we can't forget about Jolt. He was up until 4 a.m. and has just put up with so much shit. So thank you so much, mate. We really above and beyond.
Yeah, and everyone who's kind of done all the background work for this festival has been working tirelessly to make sure it comes off. So big thank you to all those people. And as I was saying, big thank you to you guys. I mean, without you, we'd just be doing this to an empty room. So, it's been fun. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope we've provided some distraction and some good times for you. This video will be available after the stream is finished, so you can go back, rewatch videos. As we said, you shouldn't have been drinking all the beers along with the videos tonight, so you can go back and enjoy the beers with their respective brewers' videos. But I think that's everything we need to cover. Is that right, Rich?
Pretty much, Doug.
Excellent. Well, we're about to end the stream and go have a beer, a cry, and maybe some food. We'll catch you maybe Saturday. Maybe we'll catch you in the next Beer52 box. If you're not a member, please consider signing up. We've got some great stuff in the works coming up. But from all of us here at the Beer52 office, I've been Doug.
And I'm still Rich.
And this has been Cyberfest 2020, the first day of the first ever online beer festival. We did it, guys. Thank you so much.
Woo!
Have a great night. Yeah.